No, actually, I called Bobby and I asked him what line item he wanted me to put it under. I filled out the claim for him to sign so he could sign it myself. I did not make that decision. Sorry. Yeah. That's Roseanne and Dana's son there.
Well, we got talking to them because they wanted.
Yeah, I know.
Wait till lunch.
Yeah.
I'll start the hashtag right now.
Over there. Oh, it's Clay. I got it. It's Clay. He's leaning back and then I can see.
All right, I have 7 o'clock. I'd like to call the August 8th Shelby County Board meeting to order. We'll start out with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the prayer.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Lord, thank you for this blessed day. Please help us tonight, guide us through the business that we have here. Please take care of the hurting ones in our county. Thank you. Amen.
Okay, roll call, please.
Clark Gambling. Present. Mark Bennett. Teresa Bain. Here. Tim Brown.
Here.
Carol Cole. Here. Julie Edwards. Here. Martha Perhaber.
Here.
Clay Hardy. Here. Doug Keenan. Annette Martin. Sean Marks.
Here.
Tad Mayhall.
Here.
Keith McCormick.
Here.
Tim Morse.
Here.
Lori Nelson. Here. Bobby Warman.
Here.
Christy Otis.
Here.
Sonny Ross.
Here.
Mitchell Sheff.
Here.
Don Tate.
Here.
Sam.
Brett Wallace. Jeremy Williams.
Here.
We have four.
Just need the sound.
Took the microphone on top to on.
It is on. Turn it off, turn it back on. Do we have a picture?
There's a picture. waiting for a response. Now the screen went black. It's going on and off.
The picture come back on?
The screen is on, sound is not. The sound is on top. Push it to me, towards me.
Yeah, both switches are two.
Bobby, there's a battery in the backpack. Microphone might need a new battery.
Beautiful drive.
So item 3 on the agenda, after roll call and pledge and prayer, is the discussion and vote to approve the minutes from July 11, 24 board meeting. Is there a motion to approve? Lori makes the motion to approve. Is there a second by Martha? Any discussion on the July 11 board meeting minutes? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. Item 4 is the presentation of draft of the audit for FY ending August 31st, 2022.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, or I'm sorry, good evening, everybody.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good, very good. So we're at the portion of the meeting where we're going to go through the draft audit. So with that, I will turn the floor over to you, and you can proceed through the audit, and then we'll go with questions hopefully at the end. But as we go through, if there's a bunch that need to be addressed, we'll take a break and address those questions.
Sure. Before we go, can we do quick introductions of those that I do see from the board?
Yeah, so I'm holding my hand up. I'm
Yes.
Bobby.
Yes, I recognize your voice, though.
I'm Sonny Ross.
I'm Julie Edwards.
And then back over here in the jury box, can you see the jury box from where you're at?
No, I only see one individual near the front.
Okay, so the camera that you're looking off of is above the jury box, and there are 10 people that are sitting right below the camera.
Okay. Well, hello to all of you. And thank you for this opportunity to present the draft audit report for Shelby County for fiscal year ended August 31st of 2022. So I know everybody has been patiently awaiting this draft report. It has taken a long time. I'll be the first to tell all of you that, and we can discuss that after I go through the report itself. But I want to convey that, we appreciate the opportunity to serve you guys as an organization, and have put a lot of work into getting this draft together, particularly given some of the issues that we identified during the process. We did document some of those things or we tried to capture all of them in the report. And so as we go through, we will try to discuss those, and I will be happy to answer all of your questions after I go through the report. I did get an email with about 4 or 5 questions. I'll try to make sure I address all of those as well after going through the report. So with that, I will share my screen so that those of you that don't have the draft in front of you can follow along. By the way, my name is Tim Watson. I'm a partner at Medford Brown and Associates. I'm the head of the audit and attestation practice, or part of the practice. And as a firm, we are approaching our 28th year in business. Okay, there we go. All right, can you all see the first page, the cover page?
Yeah.
All right, very good. So with that, let me advance forward to the report itself. So after the cover page are your table of contents. And then it starts right off with the report. The report that we issued is for the fiscal year ending August 31st of 2022. And it covers all of the governmental activities, each major fund, and aggregate remaining fund information for the county. And what that means is that when you look at the financial statements, and I'll point this out as we go, you'll see several financial statements that are self-balancing. And so the first 2 sets of financials that we cover are for the county as a whole. And so they're called the government-wide financial statements. There's a statement of net position and a statement of activities that act as a balance sheet and income statement for those of you that are more familiar with for-profit terminology. And then after that, there's a series of similar statements that represent the activity for each of the what are considered major funds of the county, and then we kind of drill down to other funds that are not considered major, and how they all kind of combine and roll up into this initial set of financials. All right, so the first thing I want to point out is that in the second paragraph is where our opinion lies. And so in our opinion, the opinion that we're issuing is considered a qualified opinion. Excuse me. And the reason for the qualification of the opinion is in the 4th paragraph at the bottom. And so I'll just go ahead and jump to that point. And so what we encountered, and I'm sorry, this is going to go to the next page as well. What we encountered was that a situation that is technically called a scope limitation when you're performing an audit. And what that means is that as you're trying to perform your procedures, you come into a situation where you perhaps don't have all the supporting documentation that is required to issue an unmodified opinion, or otherwise known as a clean opinion. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that the financial information you receive is incorrect. It just means that you can't finish performing your procedures because there's a lack of information. And so we ran into that situation while we were trying to perform this audit. And specifically, the scope limitations were focused in on capital assets and accrued compensated absences, as well as there were certain of the non-major funds where we did not get a full set of financial information. As an example, with that, we may have received a set of bank statements, but we didn't receive a trial balance that was associated with that financial activity, which means that the information was not classified into its different categories as it should have been. As far as the capital assets are concerned, one of the issues that we ran into here is we specifically requested what's called a roll forward, if you will, of the fixed assets for all the different departments. And we provided details as to what we needed as far as beginning balances for the different types of capital assets that were being maintained for each department, then the additions and then the disposals during the fiscal year, and then an ending balance. And for some departments, we did receive what we requested. For others, we did not. And so, after much time spent trying to get all of that information together, we were not able to satisfy ourselves that we had accurate, detailed records that represented all of the capital assets for the county as a whole. And then we had the same issue with accrued compensated absence balances. We were not able to get what we requested was a detailed list by individual or by employee for each of the departments as to what their the number of hours that were accrued as vacation time, and the extension of that, which would be the salary or the wage rate for those hours over time, and then an ending balance. And we were not able to get a full listing in that regard as well. And so because of these situations, we decided that we could not give a clean opinion for those specific issues. Whereas with the remainder of the financial statements, we were able to give an unqualified opinion towards those. And so I'm scrolling up because in this paragraph 3 here, you will see that there are unmodified opinions, and we list the different funds that apply to. All right, so beyond the opinion section of this report, the remainder of this language is pretty standard. The next paragraph here, at the third paragraph on page 2, that's just language indicating what the accounting basis is for the county. And the accounting basis that the county utilizes is the modified cash basis of the county. That's not considered in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. However, the state of Illinois, for all years except for a short time period between 2015 through 2019, has allowed smaller government entities that report to it to use the modified cash basis. And so historically the county has done so, and so we're just making note of that here. And the next section here is a detailed listing of the auditor's responsibilities for the audited financial statements. I'm not going to read through all of this, but there's 5 bullet points here that detail what we're responsible for doing as auditors during an audit engagement. The next paragraph is a listing of other matters in which our opinions are extended. So this engagement not only was a financial audit of financial statements, but it also covered certain supplementary schedules that are included in this package, where our opinion extended to those as well, including the schedule of expenditures of federal awards and the combining schedules that we'll cover in a few minutes. Those combining schedules, I referred to them earlier. They're balance sheet and income statements for all of the non-major funds as well as the fiduciary funds. And then finally, the last paragraph is just language indicating that the audit that we performed is in accordance with government auditing standards. And the reason for that is because of the single audit. And also, the state of Illinois requires that for certain grant funding that is received. All right, so here go the financial statements. And please, if any of you have any questions, if you want to interrupt me, that's fine. Sometimes it's easier to have questions as we go through this. I will try, for the sake of time, try to summarize my explanation of the financial statements because there are quite a few statements in here, so I'll try to stick to the highlights. So what you're looking at right now is the statement of net position on a modified cash basis, and this is a listing of the total assets of the county, the total liabilities of the county, and then the difference being the net position. And so as you look at this, you'll see the total assets are approximately $36.5 million in total, and then the total liabilities are a little over $90,000. So the difference is a net position of $36,478,000. So from this perspective, from a financial standpoint, when you look at this, this is an indication that the county is in good financial standing when you're comparing assets to liabilities. So next is the statement of activities for the county on a modified cash basis. And so this statement can be difficult to read, so I will spend a little bit of time here. So usually the first thing you're looking for are revenues. The revenues are actually down here. So the total general revenues of the county were $11,388,000. And then in addition to those general revenues, you have revenues up here, charges for services of $2.7 million, operating grants and contributions of $5.6 million, and then capital grants and contributions of another $1 million. So the total of this is approximately, if I'm remembering correctly, this is about $12.5 million. I believe it's a little bit more than that. And then, no, it has to be. It is approximately $20 million. I'm sorry. I was way off. So then you have your expenses, which are all right here in this category, in these categories for governmental activities. And then the net between these total expenses, these revenue amounts, and this revenue total is a difference of $2,406,000. So from that perspective, from a modified cash basis, the county had an increase in its net position of $2.4 million, which you could equate to a cash inflow of approximately that amount. And then the beginning net position as of September 1 of 2021 was a little over $34 million, and you add the $2.4 million, and you get the ending net position of $36.478 million.
Continue that logic for a second.
Yes, absolutely.
We have a question on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. I know one thing that's on my mind, and I'm sure it's on a lot of other people's minds, and I realize we're on page 12 or 13 of this document. But as you go through this, one thing that I really need help identifying is what took so long. That's the question on everybody's mind. So when you get there, if you could spend a little time helping us understand why this document took so long, and I'll be back. Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. No, I had planned on addressing that. And when we get to the findings section, I think it'll be a little more clear when I start explaining that. Absolutely. One other thing I did want to point out, you may have noticed, there's a column on the right here, labeled component unit. The Department of Tourism is considered a component unit of the county, and so this information is being presented separate from the rest of the county. So you have similar format where you can see the revenue and the expenses and the roll forward of the net position for the tourism department. Okay.
Okay, Tim, I've got a question, or I've got, I guess, a comment to clarify. So when we're looking at this page and we're looking at 34 plus $1 million for a beginning net position, that's not general fund money. That is countywide inflows that is to be dispersed out to taxing districts. Is that what we're looking at right there?
Yes and no. So let me, I'm glad you asked that question. Let me go up. For one, the print is a little bit bigger. Do you guys want me to expand or increase the size of this report? Can you guys see it okay?
Yeah, that's better. You're about to fill the screen anyway, so.
Okay, all right. So to answer your question, the net position, the $36.4 million that you were just asking about, and at the beginning of the year was $34 million. It gets split into these categories here, and so this very first one is key. The net investment in capital assets. This amount of your net position, or of the county's net position, actually represents the net investment in the total. The capital assets are here, which is a little under $17 million, minus the note payable, which, if I remember correctly, is for machinery that the airport, I believe, maintains. And so, a huge portion of that net position is related to fixed assets and is not cash. The remainder of the balance is related to these different areas which represent funds throughout the county. And so these amounts what they represent is the net accumulated, I'll call it profit for lack of a more clear term, but it's the net accumulated profit of each of these categories over the life of the county. So what that means is that year after year after year, if the county has a net income, let's just say $1 million for argument's sake, and the county is 10 years old, then this balance would total $10 million, plus whatever was invested in the capital assets. So hopefully that helps clarify what this represents.
Sure. Thank you.
Now, if you want information about the actual cash balances, it's shown in two different areas. It's shown on this very first statement. So the total cash at the end of fiscal year 22 was this $19,674,000. And then that is also showing in this next statement here of all the governmental funds, and you'll see that total here. And in fact, a lot of the numbers that you see here in the total, you will have seen in the previous statement. So the purpose of these statements, balance sheet of the governmental funds, is to show what portion of the county's activities are actually related to governmental activities. And in the case of the county, you have your governmental funds and then you have your fiduciary funds. So the fiduciary funds they don't belong to the county, but the county has possession of them, so they're not included in the financial statements of the county itself. They are set aside in a separate set of financial statements that we'll cover briefly in a few minutes. So the general fund that Bobby was just asking about is this fund here. And you can see that there's a little under $4.2 million as of the end of fiscal year 22. There's a small amount for payroll liabilities. These payroll liabilities are, if I'm remembering this correctly, they are for payroll taxes. And then the difference between those two is this unassigned net position. And then you'll see a similar result for all of these, what we call major funds, these three major funds. The reason they're considered major funds is based on the percentage of the percentage of assets they represent compared to the total, as well as their net positions, and in some cases the activity that shows for revenue and expenses. So one of the new funds is this American Rescue Plan Act grant that was received in fiscal year 22. And so in the previous report, this fund was not showing in the financial statements at all. And then as normal, the IMRF fund and the Township Motor Fuel Tax Fund have historically been considered major funds as well. And so you can see the results here. And then all the remaining funds fall under non-major governmental funds, and they get accumulated in this column here. And all of this detail, all of this information, the summarized information, gets broken down into all of the different non-major funds in a combined schedule that's further down the line in the package. All right, and so here, this column is the total of the governmental funds, and then tourism is not included in here because it's a component unit. Right, so the next page is just a reconciliation between what we were just looking at versus what was on, I believe it's page 5, the government-wide statement of net position. This next schedule is the statement of revenue, expenditure, and changes in fund balance for the governmental funds. But this is an income statement, essentially, on a cash basis for those same 4 funds plus the non-major funds as well. And so, to highlight, the general fund had, essentially this is considered a net profit on a cash basis of $761,122 for the IMRF. I'm sorry, that's correct. And then for the ARPA fund, it was $1.6 million. And then for the township motor fuel tax, there was a net change of $65,000. And then for all the non-major funds, the total increase was $264,000. And so there's a total of $2,817,000 net profit for all of the governmental funds. And then the next page is a reconciliation. And just real quick about the reconciliation, the only difference between, for the county, the only difference between governmental funds and the government-wide financial statements is that in the government-wide financial statements, you're required to present your capital assets, the accumulated depreciation, as well as any long-term debt, which was the note payable. And so this reconciliation just shows the difference when you add in those items. So the next 2 statements are related to the fiduciary funds, and they consist of custodial funds. And so the total assets within the fiduciary funds is $5.7 million. There's $52,000 of accounts payable, and then the difference is $5,656,000. Statement shows the additions and the deductions, and these essentially are monies coming in and then flowing back out. As you guys can see, most of the activity are related to the collector accounts. that are managed by the supervisor assessments. And so 37 million in property taxes were collected for other governments in the county, and then 35.6 million were distributed. The difference is maintained in those cash accounts for future disbursement. The next three schedules are historical schedules of contributions, and then other data related to the net pension liability for IMRF. And I'm sure all of you know that there are three plans. The main plan is the regular plan for that covers most of the employees of the county. And all of this information actually comes from the pension reports that are received. And so if you're interested in looking at and seeing the results of the IMRF fund, it's all here showing the contributions, the service costs, the investment income, and so forth as it relates to that fund. And then the net pension liability is right here. And this is an accumulated schedule over the past 10 years. Now, this information is not included in the government-wide financial statements because of the basis of accounting that's being utilized. If you were using an accrual basis of accounting, this liability of $3 million would be included on your balance sheet. And again, the other two plans, the state law enforcement plan, which is the plan that covers for the sheriff's office and deputies and others. And then you have the ECO plan, which is the elected county officials plan. And then following that, our schedules of employer contributions. Again, this information is coming from the reports received from IMRF. And then there are footnotes related to that information. And so I'm not going to read off through this, but this is standard language for the most part. Oh, I'm sorry. There is a schedule that we still need to complete and put in here. I apologize. I forgot to mention this ahead of time. We do have two schedules that we do still need to input into this package. One of them is the budget to actual statements of revenue expenditures and change in fund balance. And so several of the, when we went through the budgets, we noted that several of the funds and departments did not have approved budgets. And so those statements will just show the actual revenue and expenses, and no budgetary information. And then the general fund will show all that detail. We just need to finish formatting it and inserting it in here. But the actual information, the actual revenue and expenditures are included in the schedule that we have just covered.
Okay, Tim, if you pause a second, I have another question.
Some of the departments didn't have budgets, is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
So she's asking if some of the departments didn't have budgets. So
Is that what you're saying?
That's how it appears. We received a copy of the approved budget, and there were several areas that were not included. And then when we checked the prior 2 years audit reports, we saw that a similar comment had been made for some of the same departments.
can you specify which departments we're talking about?
They're right here. So, community services, sheriff's office, GIS, capital improvement, and partner special were the ones that we noted.
So are you on page?
If you read the thing, it looks like it says that there's
County had following major funds of expenditures exceeding appropriations. So that was, they were spending funds not money. Is that the way I'm hearing it correctly, Tim?
That's correct.
I have another question. Would it have been that their expenditures exceeded the amount that they had in their budget and the budget was never adjusted for those extra expenditures?
That's correct.
Okay.
So it would include both, but if I'm remembering correctly, I don't believe there were any. And I don't think I've gotten to the footnotes yet. There is a footnote that addresses that. I don't believe there were any areas where there was an approved budget where the expenditures exceeded the budget. So it's just the issue of certain areas not actually having approved budgets.
Okay, so we thought originally what you were saying was there was, well, here in part 2, it says the county adopt or had the following major funds with expenditures exceeding appropriations, which means they spent over their budgeted amount. And what you're saying is they didn't have approved budgets, but I'm trying to follow how they didn't have approved budgets.
And when we got the listing of, when we got the budget, and it was detailed, particularly for the general fund, but there are other funds that are included in financial statements that, where we didn't see budgets. And so as a result, we just identified the ones where there was actually activity and there was no budget. So that's what it represents. So that's why we're saying it exceeded appropriations, because if there's no budget, then there's no appropriation.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Does this speak to the findings in number 1, where there are certain funds held outside of the Treasurer's Department that the Treasurer's Department does not receive information on, therefore it's not a part of the budgeting process?
Did you hear that, Tim?
Not complete.
What she was asking was, are these funds that you're referencing here on this page the accounts that aren't budgeted by the county board? So there's accounts that these department heads have that are not reported to the treasurer's office. Is that what you're referring to here?
So we're finding number 1.
Well, no, a couple of these do go through the treasurer's office. They're just we weren't provided with a budget for these particular areas. Now, I will say that none of these listed are considered major funds either.
Okay, go ahead. I got it.
Okay.
Chad?
Yeah, so for clarification, you're not saying the sheriff's department didn't have a budget for the entire fiscal year 22, correct? You're saying maybe there's either accounts or line items that maybe were exceeding those spending, but are you saying the sheriff did not have a budget for 22?
All right, so with the sheriff's office, there's more than one fund, and so and this actually ties into our comment about not receiving all the information. So we did not see a budget that for the sheriff's office that did not go through, the treasurer's office. We requested this budget, and in fact, all the financial information we originally went through the treasurer's office because that's the normal process. And as we learned, and we'll get into this in more detail, finding, we learned that things are pretty decentralized, and so we did not at any point in time see a budget for the fund that is called the sheriff's office. Similarly, we did not get a trial balance or a general ledger for that same fund. In this case, this is part of what we were referencing in our qualified opinion. A couple of the other funds like GIS, that all the information for GIS went through the treasurer's office. We just didn't see a budget.
Okay. Well, we'll continue on in the
Yeah, I guess I still don't understand. Are you talking specific line items or accounts in the sheriff's office? You're you're trying to say the entire fiscal year 22, that there was no budget information provided to you, even through the annual budget that was approved by that board, you have no budget for the sheriff's department in 22.
You have no budget from the sheriff's department for the sheriff's office fund. There's more than one fund within these financial statements. So there are transactions that are processed through the treasurer's department that are related to the sheriff's office. So the sheriff's department within the general fund had a budget, and that's where the vast majority of the activity goes. But the sheriff maintains bank accounts and has activity that they keep on their own, and we didn't have a budget related to that.
Okay, so we're talking about all the offshore administrative costs.
That's what this is related.
Just to clarify, because I think this might help. You're saying there are funds without budgets, but not necessarily departments without budgets.
So when you say.
Yes, that's right. That's correct. Because the departments are all within the general fund, and we had a full budget for the general fund,
Correct.
which is the vast majority of the activity for the county. And then some of the other funds had budgets too, like the health department, and so forth. So, yeah, it was just these, when we saw activity, we didn't see a budget, and that's how we developed this list.
Okay, then we'll call you a second. Yeah.
Prior auditors applied fund numbers to those bank accounts that weren't reported through our office. They're not funds that we have, like Fund 80, 81, whatever those numbers were, that a prior auditor applied a fund number to, which is what I believe he's referencing, but it's not a fund number that we have set up within the county. But that's how they requested information based on prior audits. So there's some fund numbers out there that we don't report on or have. And I think that's what he's discussing, because he's calling it a fund number, but it's not a separate fund number. They just used the fund number to reference those accounts that are not reported through the treasurer's office.
To identify those. Okay.
Yes.
Right. So that's the case with, when we're talking about this specific sheriff's office, that's what we're talking about. But in a couple of other cases, GIS is a separate fund with a number, and capital improvement is as well. And during the engagement, we did not see budgets for those too. And coroner special as well, we didn't see budgets for those. Doesn't mean they don't exist, we just didn't get them. All right.
Teresa, I have one more question.
Question.
Sure.
The coroner's budget, you did not see one for the coroner?
It's a
So,
specific fund.
the coroner special is missed, and has activity was not budgeted. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, you can continue on. Tim.
Okay. All right. So, what we're about to go through next are the individual funds that make up the non-major. Wait a minute, let me make sure. No, these are the funds that make up the general fund. So you have a general fund, and then you have other activity that gets tracked separate from the main general fund, but together collectively they're still called the general fund. And so you'll see totals over here. It's a little under 4.2 million in cash and cash equivalents. This is the same number that you will see on the governmental funds balance sheet, which was, I believe that's on page, I want to say it's page 7. It's either 6 or 7. And then all of these totals you'll see on that page, and in fact, I'll just navigate them real quick. So that it's clear. This column here as general fund represents the 5 or so funds we were just looking at. Sorry. So these totals, you've already seen them previously. So the general funds are broken down between general insurance, capital improvement, solid waste, county clerk, child support, sheriff's office, and supervisor of assessments. And then the next page are the results of the revenue and expenditures received and dispersed during the year, and then the net and the overall net is $715,799. It's broken down into these amounts between the different general funds, and so you'll see the ending fund balance for the general funds right here, the $4.18 million. All right, so the next set of information, these are the non-major governmental funds. And so this represents the activity for funds that were not considered large enough in scale to be included on that previous statement. They were all consolidated into one total that is shown in one column on that previous set of financial statements. But the breakdown is here. And so there are a couple of funds that previously were considered major prior to the ARPA grant fund, the ARPA money being received and set up as a separate fund. So you'll see county health's information here. This is the largest of the non-major funds. And then mental health as well is fairly substantial, as well as the county motor fuel tax. And this goes to 3 pages for the balance sheet, but you'll see the totals right here. And then breakdown of the liabilities, which is very little, and then the net position by category for these funds. All right, the next 3 pages are the income statements for the same set of funds. And again, you'll see a lot of activity for county health, of course, and then the county highway. Okay, right, here we go. Mental health is what I was looking for, and then the county motor fuel tax. Those are the funds that are larger within this group. And then again, you'll see the totals here at the very end, and then these all roll into your net position for each of these individual funds. All right, so after that are the combining statements for the fiduciary net position. We covered these a little earlier. All of these represent custodian accounts that are maintained. And so you see the collector accounts, and then the circuit clerk, of course, and then the drainage account. And then the totals here showed up on the combined fiduciary balance sheet and income statement. These are the additions and the deductions, and their inclusion into the net position at the end of the year. All right, so if there aren't any questions about those statements, I'll go forward into the next report. The next report is our report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters based on an audit of financial statements performed in accordance with government auditing standards. And so in this report, this is where we identify if there were any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in relation to controls over financial reporting. And then the second part of this report is where we do the same, but indicate if there were any significant compliance issues that could affect the financial statements. And so you'll see at the bottom of this page that we've indicated that there are certain findings that we identified that are considered material weaknesses, and they are detailed later in the package in the schedule of findings and question costs as a part of the single audit reporting. But findings 1 and 2, which we will cover, are specific to the financial reporting process. And then under compliance, there were 2 other findings labeled findings 4 and 6 that under government auditing standards are required to be reported. And so these were issues of compliance related to the grants that are held and administered by the county. And so since there are findings, and we'll get to these at the very end of the package. All findings that are reported require a response from management regarding corrective actions and who's going to be responsible for them and when will they be completed. And so that's actually the very last section of this package. All right, so the next section is dealing with uniform guidance. Uniform guidance is in reference to the single audit. The most recent update in single audit regulations was done in 2014, and it's referred to as uniform guidance. And so this report here, the purpose of this report is to provide an opinion on the county's compliance with the applicable compliance requirements for its federal funding.
The sound on the camera is off. I got a notice. I'm just sorry to interrupt you, but the sound on the camera is off. I think the people at home should hear it.
Sorry, let me reset the...
I apologize for interrupting.
Oh, okay.
I can hear it on the...
Can you? Okay.
Yeah,
I got a text message. My apologies.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep, continue on, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the purpose of this report is to provide an opinion on compliance with requirements applicable to the federally funded programs that are administered during this fiscal period. And so similar to the qualification that we gave regarding not having or having a scope limitation in which we didn't necessarily have all the or adequate supporting documentation to be able to finish our procedures, we had a similar situation here, and it's actually for the same reason. Some of the payroll information that we were not able to gather regarding accrued compensated absences is generated from payroll data, from that's maintained at the various departments. As you guys probably are aware, the federal funding received during fiscal year 22 went to paying, mainly went to paying salaries for a variety of different areas within the county. And so we found that during our procedures, we weren't able to get certain supporting documentation during the time that we were trying to perform the audit. And so as a result, we have to report such. And so basically what we're saying is that our opinion is qualified as it relates to the one major program that we identified for testing, which was the money that came through ARPA. And the specific compliance requirements are the activities allowed or unallowed and allowable cost principles requirements. And the main issue here, and I'm jumping ahead a bit, but the main issue here is that when you receive federal funding or state funding too, there's a certain level of documentation that must be maintained in order to be able to prove to your funding sources that it's being utilized in accordance with allowable cost principles. Those requirements are really set at the federal level, and they've been pretty consistent for as long as I've been auditing. They've been the same, or as long as the Single Audit Act has been around, they've been the same. And so when you're using federal funds to cover salaries, you have to be able to show what portion of the salary is being covered, because typically federal funding and state funding follows this in Illinois as well. Typically the funding doesn't cover all of each employee's salary. There's usually some sort of an allocation that takes place. And if that's the case, then you have to be able to show documentation of the allocation. And what that means is that you have to have a reliable system of identifying, hours by each employee that's being covered by, grant funding, and be able to show how, if they work 40 hours a week, maybe 10 of it went to program A and 10 went to program B and the other 20 went to program C. But there has to be clear documentation of that. It has to be based off of actual information and not budgeted information. And so we were not able to get enough detailed documentation to be able to complete our procedures in that regard. And so what we're indicating is that we couldn't finish our procedures. We're not saying per se that there was non-compliance in the sense that the money wasn't used for what it was supposed to be used for. But we weren't able to prove that it was used in accordance with the grant compliance requirements. And so that's what we're saying in this regard. So, and that finding, we'll cover that because the findings are right after this report. But that's the reason for the qualification of this opinion. And we only audited one program because the ARPA program covered more than 50%. It probably covered close to 85% of the federal expenditures during fiscal year 22. All right, so there's a reference to the finding right here. It's finding 3, which we're going to go over shortly. And then the second part of this report deals with internal control over compliance. And so you can have a scenario where maybe there's not compliance, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the controls weren't in place. Sometimes, non-compliance can happen just for circumstances beyond your control. So that has happened quite a bit in the last 4 years for many organizations in which they were not submitting their single audit reports to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse within the prescribed deadlines. And a lot of times it was simply because people lost their accounting staff, they lost their auditors, they lost, whomever else was part of that process, and it caused time delays. Well, and that is a finding that you will see that we will cover briefly for the county. But having that situation, while it's not compliance, doesn't mean that the controls were bad. And so, I just wanted to kind of make sure that distinction is clear. Whereas there are other situations where the controls are not necessarily operating as either designed or as intended, which causes non-compliance to take place. So what I was discussing regarding the lack of documentation for us to be able to perform our procedures is a breakdown of controls. And so there are 3 findings that we consider to be material weaknesses in controls over internal control over compliance. So and we'll get to those just a sec. The next page, so we did not put in the schedule of expenditures of federal awards just yet. As I said earlier, we're still formatting that and getting it complete so we can insert it into the package. But the purpose of that schedule is to show all the federal programs, federally funded programs that were maintained during fiscal year 22. The largest program, as I mentioned, was the ARPA program, which is actually titled the Coronavirus State and Local Act Recovery Funds. Recovery Funds program. And so the total dollars for that were received and expended was $2.1 million, if I remember it correctly. And so that will show up on the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. What you're looking at right now are the footnotes to that schedule. All right, so the next section, this is also related to the single audit. This is a summarization of auditor results, but it falls within what's called the schedule of findings and question costs. And so, as we mentioned before, the opinion on the financial statements is qualified. We identified material weaknesses and internal control over financial reporting. We also identified non-compliance material to the financial statements. And then with the federal awards, as I just mentioned, we also had material weaknesses in internal control over compliance for major programs. And then our opinion was qualified there. So this is all just a summarization of what we've already covered. And then the next question is, are there findings? Yes, there are, and they actually come right after this. And then there's a couple of other administrative questions. One is, did the auditee qualify as a low-risk auditee? And the answer to this was no, because there were findings in the prior two audit reports that were considered material weaknesses. And in order to become a low-risk auditee, you have to file timely for 2 years and not have any material weaknesses. And so that wasn't the case in fiscal year 22. And then again, the major program was this one, the American Rescue Plan Act program. It has an assistance listing of 21.027. That funding comes from the Department of Treasury. So the findings are in this section here. So the first set of findings are related to the financial statements. And we've briefly covered some of this first one. So before I go through the details here, the format of the findings is what we call, in the audit world, we call it the 5 C's. There are 5 categories of information that is to be shown in these findings so that we're as clear as possible. So usually we start off with what the criteria is, and then we describe the condition. Then next is normally the cause of the condition. And then the fourth item is the effect of the condition that was identified. And then after that is the corrective action, which usually is a reference to a corrective action plan that's developed by management. So I've mentioned this several times. During the audit process, there was a lack of financial accounting information and related supporting documentation provided to us. And so, according to the Illinois statutes, the information that is put together, the financial information that's put together throughout the county, is to be provided to the county treasurer. The county treasurer is to have free and unrestricted access to books, papers, records, and memoranda, according to the Illinois statute. In other words, from a accounting and audit standpoint, all the financial information needs to go to a central point. And the reason for that is because even if it's originating from a variety of offices and departments and what have you, there really has to be a centralized process in order to ensure that there is completeness of the financial accounting information that is then utilized to prepare your financial statements. And what we found, we kind of saw evidence of it when we were reviewing the prior auditor's work papers, and then what we saw in some of the previous audit reports as well. What we found is that the process is very decentralized within the county. And while that's not necessarily improper, the issue is that there still has to be the one person who's charged with performing the accounting needs to have access to everything. And then for us as auditors, we typically should be able to go to the treasurer, ask for the trial balances, the general ledgers, and then make requests for supporting documentation through the treasurer's office. What we found is that in the past, it appeared to us that the prior auditors went to department heads in order to get certain financial information. And in that process, somehow they had to know what information to ask for. And that's difficult because if I go to the treasurer and I ask for all the trial balances and I get everything that they have, and then I find out that there's 10 other bank accounts that the treasurer doesn't have statements for and doesn't have trial balances and general ledgers for, that's very difficult. And so now I'm going to address the questions about time. Of course, this took a very long time, and it's a very legitimate question and one I expected everybody to ask. It took us a very long time because we spent a lot of time trying to track down information that we shouldn't have even had to be asking for. It's one thing to, and this was one of the questions that was sent to me today. Did we, at any point in time, speak to the different department heads and what have you? And we did. We had a whole series of interviews with each department head that was identified to us, where we met via either Zoom or some other video call mechanism, and had very detailed discussions about what each department does, how they process transactions, how do they summarize that information, and what happens to it at that point. And during that process is where we really explicitly learned that there were certain information that doesn't go to the Treasurer's Department. But we did get from those interviews, we got a pretty good understanding of how each department operates. And in those calls, we did ask for information, and some of the departments provided us with. I want to say that everybody provided us with what they had, but the problem is some of the information that we had was in its raw form, if you will. So I think I gave an example. There were a couple of cases where we received the bank statements and bank reconciliations for an entire year for a particular account that the Treasurer's Office didn't have. However, there was no summary that showed, this is this type A revenue, and this is type B revenue, and this is, type X expense and Y expense and Z expense. It wasn't compiled, in other words. And so, us as an auditor, as your auditor, we can't take that information and compile it for you, because that means that we've crossed the line of independence. As your auditor, we're not supposed to be your accountant. And so we encountered that, fortunately the areas that we encountered this issue were not large funds. So I'm happy to say that, but the issue that information is not going where it's supposed to go is a major issue for us. And quite frankly, as a firm who's been in operation over 25 years, we have never seen this. And so it took a long time to understand what was happening and then to try to track information down. And quite frankly, we were just waiting for information that we requested to be provided. And we got to a point where we just had to kind of cut things off. I will be the first to tell you that if I could do it all over again, I would have cut things off a lot sooner. I think I was too lenient regarding the timeline, given that you guys had deadlines to deal with, and it affected our schedule as an audit firm. And so, as a result of our, trying to be patient and wait for documentation, that really extended the timeline. And in the process, the other thing I want to, and it's in this finding to a certain degree, I think, a little further down the line. But for us, one of the things that one part of the service that we're providing for the county is helping you put together your financial statements. And so I know that gets confusing for a lot of clients, and I'll blame my industry for doing this, but there's a difference between taking a trial balance that's already been completed by a client and then taking that information and putting it into a format that's considered acceptable as a set of financial statements. Most audit firms do that for their client as a part of the audit process, and we offer to do the same. However, when you don't have all the information, it makes it very difficult to put those statements together. And what we found is even after making requests for information, and of course we got everything from the Treasury Department. We got pretty much at the beginning of the engagement, and there were a couple of other departments that we got information from. I believe the clerk of the circuit court gave us information, and not too long after the engagement began. So we were able to put that information together. But then once we did that and compared to the prior year's reports, we had a whole series of funds that we didn't have information for. And so there was a reference to it earlier. There are bank accounts that are being maintained by several departments as well as offices that are not provided to the Treasury Department. And so we had to make a decision regarding how we were going to handle that. And the decision that we made was to issue a qualified opinion because we couldn't take that information and compile it and then include it, because that's essentially like taking a test and then grading it yourself. That's a conflict, and so we couldn't do that. So that's essentially what we're saying in a nutshell in this first finding. And as I mentioned earlier, you've got 5 sections of the findings. So we indicated what we believe the cause to be. And we saw that this was an issue year after year. So there's a historical setup where certain things were just maintained within each particular department and office, but for whatever reason, it's not all making it to the Treasury Department. In my mind, and I'm not a member of management or obviously of the board, but to me, this is a very fixable issue. It's just a matter of communication and providing the information. I think things will go much, much smoother if this happens. Quite frankly, it puts more work on the Treasury Department, but that is something that they're supposed to take care of.
Okay. Can I make a question? You said I had a question on the floor.
Yeah, so I have 2 questions for you. So you said this was a major issue for you. So is there a reason that you don't mark this as a significant deficiency? If it's a major issue, why is it not significant?
Now, this is a material weakness. Material weakness is more serious than significant deficiency by definition.
Thank you for that. And then so I've talked to a lot of department heads, they say they've not been contacted by anybody from your firm since late last summer. So if there was information needed and they have not been contacted, who are you asking for information from?
Well, quite frankly, when it comes to financial information, I should be able to go through the Treasurer's Department as your auditor. However, we learned during the summertime that this issue was happening. And so when we had our meetings with the different department heads, and mind you, there's a whole lot of department heads, but we asked for information, and as we kept going through and needed more information, we would send emails and either go through the treasurer if we had to, or directly. So, you know, because of the length of time that we're looking at now, because it's August of 24, we started this process in March of 23. You know, we set up a very detailed list of items that we needed for the audit in late March of 23. We learned a couple of months later that there may have been some IT issues that prevented some of the departments from receiving the information because we were sending it through a web-based documentation management software called SharePoint. So we did learn it took some time before we found this out, but some people did not receive those requests. And so that's when we started asking for information that we needed in some of the calls that we had. And then we had weekly update calls up until December of 23.
I've got a question. Were all the department heads and all these calls that you had when you were communicating with the people in the courthouse and stuff, were all department heads included in those calls?
Are you talking about the update calls?
Whatever calls. If
Well,
you had a
we
call-
tried to get our invites out to all the department heads. But again, I'm not sure if people were receiving the emails or not. It was kind of hit or miss. There were some people that were there faithfully every week. You know, the highway department was always, you know, whenever they could be, they were on. The health department was on probably the most consistently. We didn't have issues with some of the smaller departments like tourism and so forth. So no, not everybody I will not say everybody was on there all the time, but as far as I understand, the invite went out to all the department heads, particularly those that were in areas that were larger amongst the county.
So if I could interject a second here. So a big part of this finding is if all the information was out to the Treasurer's Department, then there wouldn't be a need for contacting any other department because all these accounts would have drop houses and statements that you would need completed and ready to go. So you wouldn't have to reach out to anybody except for all the documentation to the Treasurer. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. Except upon, now in some cases, I'll use some of the grant funding as an example. The highway department, because they're managing, you know, the funding, they have a lot of support there, supporting documentation, vendor invoices and so forth. But we would learn that from the conversations with the Treasurer's Department. But the Treasurer's Department would have the critical things that we need, which are the trial balances, the general ledgers, which we would have been able to put into a full set of financial statements early on, which was our original plan. And then, you know, if we needed detail, we could be directed to whichever department it is that we needed to obtain detail from. And that's essentially what we're recommending in this first finding is that, you know, that this process take place and that this body, the Board of Commissioners, enforce its own policies. You know, it shouldn't be that you can have a department go and set up a bank account without knowledge of the board, the entire board, and the county treasurer. So the fact that the county treasurer doesn't have bank statements that's an issue. The county treasurer is supposed to receive all of that information.
Okay, I have another question here, go ahead.
So I just want to be really, really clear. Is your opinion, your recommendation, that some of these funds, for example, are by statute, by law, held in certain offices? For example, the circuit clerk has funds that are managed by the circuit clerk's office by statute. Is it your opinion that those should be funneled through the treasurer's office? Is that what you're saying?
Not saying that the funds have to go through the treasurer's office. That's not what the statute is implying. The books and records need to go through the treasurer's office so that the treasurer can include them in the financial statements.
Right, so is that a
Yeah, I was just
point
trying
of
to clarify.
clarification? So what he's driving out here is the treasurer doesn't manage those funds that the department head manages. However, the records are to be held in the treasurer's office. So,
Correct.
But some of those funds do have, by statute, auditing features to them. It seems like this is, I don't know, it just seems duplicative in my opinion, but I don't know.
Tim, is there, I don't know. So the circuit clerk has three accounts here that aren't compiled or aren't listed in the treasurer's office. Now, the circuit clerk is also required to have a single audit, is that correct? Or is that just what has been picked in the years past to do a single audit?
Not a single audit, that's a different term altogether. But the circuit clerk has to have a financial statement that is audited. And so that is actually one of our open items still. The information that was provided to us was included in these financial statements, and that will be a part of the separate report for the clerk of the circuit court as well. So I will say in their case, they did provide us with a set of, I'll call it a trial balance, where we could, we didn't have to go and classify things, so they gave us a summary that we could use and include into these financials. But ideally, the information that we collected, should have been given to the treasurer's office, because then when the treasurer has a different accounting system, and so that information from the clerk of the circuit court would have been included in that financial information for the entire county. So yes, to a certain degree, there's some duplication. And in that case, if I understand correctly, the clerk of the circuit court has certain software that they are required to use for their purposes. But in other cases, like the highway department, they keep all of their records in QuickBooks. But they also provide detailed reports to the treasurer's office, so she's able to include that information. Ideally, you would want one system, but it's not a requirement.
Well, this is about the department. Why can't they have?
Tim, I'm looking here at findings 22001. It's showing here this is a repeat finding, occurred in 2020, 002, 2019, 005, and 2017, 002. So the question begs me, why was that not present in 21 or 2018? Do you have any information?
Well, we didn't have access to the 2018 report, so that's why we didn't list anything beyond 2019. We had the 2020 and the 2021 reports. So in 2020, they mentioned it as a repeat for 2019, so that's where we got that from. I cannot explain to you why Whitley did not include it in their report for 21. We're a different firm. We do things differently. I can't explain why they didn't. I'm not saying whether they should or shouldn't have. I just know that from what we experienced, we really needed to highlight this issue so that you guys can correct it.
Thank you. Okay, I have one more question here.
So is he saying that the department heads were not complying with his calls?
So, what he's also saying is there was information that they may have yet received that is in raw form, and it's not in the right format, as in, to audit a set of financials, it has to be labeled, listed, and compiled a certain way. If you just get bank statements from January, December, well, then they have to compile and do the financials, the legwork, which means that they're basically, like you said, taking the test and creating their work.
I mean, we have almost every department head here tonight. We could ask them if they've given all the information they've been asked for.
But I don't think he's saying that he didn't get the information. It's not, wasn't provided to him in a way that they could use it, because he said they complied, they gave, but it wasn't in the form that he needed it to be, which would make them cross the line to be an accountant, and that's a conflict when you're auditing what you've accounted.
But he also said that he contacted department heads, and I believe there are department heads here who would disagree with that were not contacted during this process.
I also said that when we sent out emails, not everybody received our communications. If you guys don't mind, let me take about a minute break. I don't want my computer to die on me. The battery's running low. I need to plug up. If you guys give me about a minute.
Did he make requests to you? Did he relay those? Just ask him. We're waiting. Did you? No? Guess not. Now it's funny when they come up with decentralization of records and they're not getting information they need.
Okay, Tim, I can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes. Oh, am I not sharing still?
Yep, you're still on screen. Yes, you're still on screen.
Okay. Okay, can you see the report now?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry about that. My battery was about to die.
Tim, I got it. So, I have a question.
Regarding the last question or statement, let's not conflate issues. The issue is that the information was not in the Treasurer's Department available to us when we were trying to perform the audit, which Bobby said earlier as well. And so we didn't need to necessarily speak to every single department head. It depends on the department. Some departments were larger than others. And so there were certain departments that we definitely wanted to make sure that we communicated with. And so that's why we set up interviews with many of those departments. There may very well be some that we missed. But the ones that we may not have spoken to directly either were because we couldn't get in contact with them via email or because we felt we had enough information. Going going from department to department asking for trial balances and general ledgers is not how an audit is effectively performed. Is there another question?
No.
Yeah, they can't defend
No.
themselves.
Continue on, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So this is the main issue here, this finding. And so, and I think I said this earlier, we have a recommendation. I really do believe that this is very fixable. And I believe that if it is fixed, that your audits will go much, much smoother and more time efficiently. All right, so the next finding, number 2, this is a repeat that you guys have seen year after year, and it's pertaining to the issue that the financial statements aren't put together internally. And so I won't go through all of the details that are here because you guys have seen this finding in previous years. But the recommendation, I think, that we're providing is different. And so what I recommend, and to be clear, when an entity provides a full set of trial balance and general ledgers, and somebody internally or maybe somebody hired as an outsourced service can go through that information and make sure it's correct. That's really what our recommendation is for. There are many, many organizations that do not actually prepare the actual set of financial statements and footnotes. That's not an absolute requirement, as long as management can take responsibility for the information that's given to the auditor. And so our recommendation is that you guys either provide training for your internal personnel, or maybe find somebody that you can outsource the function to that can basically do what we call audit prep before the audit takes place. That's actually probably the more cost-efficient way of doing it. And there are a lot of firms that do audit prep for entities so that the auditor doesn't run into issues like we've been discussing. All right, so then let's see, finding 3. I talked about this earlier. This is specific to the single audit, but it's really an extension of the first finding, where we indicated that we qualified the opinion because there was certain supporting documentation related to salaries and wages that we weren't able to obtain in order to verify that the testing that we were trying to do of compliance met the federal standards. And so there's a reference to the program that we were testing as well for clarity. And this finding is what caused the qualification of our opinion for the single audit. And then I indicated that this was a repeat because there were repeats, or there were findings in 2020 and 2019 related to issues with cost allocations and the supporting documentation of how salaries were allocated between different programs, funds, grants, and so forth. Let's see, finding 4 is material weakness in reporting. And so this really is an extension of the first finding as well. There needs to be a centralized process for maintaining grant accounting records in the same way that you would have a centralized process for your overall set of financial records. And so there were certain grants that we were not able to get the full set of financial accounting records. And so that's the reason for this finding. And the main area that it's going to affect is the actual schedule of expenditures of federal awards, and then the consolidated year-end financial report. My understanding is that for the consolidated year-end financial report, the process that has been employed in the past is that each department that has any kind of funding coming through the state goes into the data portal and inputs the information into the cipher. And there's not one person that's making sure that all the information is included and that is correct. It's really kind of it's a very decentralized process. And so as a result, there's no one person that can go and look at it and say, yeah, we have all the funds in here, and they are all properly reconciled and so forth. And so as a result, we have included this finding. And I believe this was a repeat as well. Yeah, this was a repeat from 2020 and 2019 as well. And then let's see what it says. Yeah, so this last finding, number 5, I actually alluded to this earlier. This is simply regarding the lateness of filing the report to the federal audit clearinghouse as well as to the data portal. The due dates for this filing for fiscal year 22 expired in September of 23. And so we're required to include this. Of course, we understand the reasonings behind this, being related to the difficulties in completing the audit for the reasons that we've discussed. But we have to include this finding because of its obvious nature. And so that's why that is there. And obviously that's sorry. I see a correction that needs to be made. There's a recommendation in here that is not applicable. We will fix this recommendation, this first sentence, or part of the sentence here. All right, so that is it as far as the findings are concerned. The next section is the summary schedule of prior audit findings. We've made reference to several of them. For fiscal year 21, there were 2. And if the first finding was related to financial statement preparation, so that was a repeat. We did not have an issue with bank reconciliations when we were performing our procedures, so we consider that finding to have been corrected. This title needs to be, this title needs to be fixed. And then this last page is the corrective action plan. So what's listed in here are the 5 findings that we just went through. And so we need to obtain responses from all of you or from designated management as to what the corrective actions will be, and then who's going to be responsible for making sure they occur, and then anticipated completion dates. And so this is the last section of this report. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one.
One, I just wanted to have a clear answer on whether or not the delay in this audit being completed was the fault of the county treasurer and or the county board chairman.
Did you catch that?
I caught the first part, but not the last part.
So she was asking me if the delay was a direct result of the treasurer's change.
going to say no.
So my second question is, it sounds like of all of these findings, that the two key takeaways are we need centralization of records in the Treasury Department, and we need true and accurate timekeeping based on hours worked, not on hours scheduled. Would that be an accurate statement?
I believe I heard that correctly. The findings are really centralized around the issue of getting all the accounting information to the Treasurer's Department so that they can compile it internally and have it ready as one complete set of information. So that is the takeaway that you should have from that. And that also includes having adequate supporting documentation for payroll. So yes, that is correct.
Go ahead, Sonny.
Thank you, Chairman. Timothy, in 002, finding 002, I believe it's in finding 003, possibly 004, I'd like for you to describe a key phrase that you use in here regarding training of key accounting personnel. I'm gathering from this that you're recommending more things go through the Treasurer's office, and then it feels like you're saying that key accounting personnel need more training. So if you could help me understand that, I appreciate it.
Okay. So I only recall the training being in the second finding. And that's related to the actual process of putting together a set of financial statements and footnotes for the county. Let me make sure, because you said it was in multiple findings. Let me double check to see if it was in 3. No, it's not in 3. Okay, yeah, so 2 and 4.
Yes, thank you.
We are saying that, but it's really the same issue. And so you can either provide training for the designated individuals that are going to be responsible for ensuring that your financial accounting records are complete and put into a format that would be usable by an audit firm as the financial statements. Or have somebody outsourced provide that service for the county as a whole. And so the reason it's in the second finding is because that extends to the schedules that are part of the single audit, as well as for the GATA reporting. Now, with the GATA reporting, the issue really is completeness and not necessarily training on how to prepare the cipher, because that's fairly straightforward. But definitely for the schedule of expenditures of federal awards and for the financial statements and the footnotes, those are more complex. And it really is pretty common for organizations that don't have the people internally to outsource that.
Just as a follow-up to that, Ben, just to make sure I'm clear, the outsourcing of creating the financial statements is not a replacement of the county having centralized information in the Treasurer's Department. Is that correct?
Sure, I heard that fully.
So what she was asking was the outsourcing of a financial, somebody put the financials together. The accounting firm would be the plan. That would not supersede the necessity to have all the financials in the Treasurer's office, correct?
I'm going to say yes, unless that, if you outsource that audit prep function to include that in the scope of work. I mean, it could be a part of the scope of work for audit prep. But of course, then that person or company would need to have access to the same information that really the treasurer should.
Okay, I know.
Mr. Watson, I'm not satisfied with that answer. I'm not sure how 2 of your recommendations can include the treasurer's office needs training, yet you cited earlier that the treasurer's office was not contributory to the extensive delay in its audit report. Can you help me rectify those?
Well, these are recommendations. So if you read the recommendation, it says either or.
Well, I've read the recommendation, and what you're saying is I need to either outsource the job of the treasurer's office in regards to audit
That's
preparation.
not what I said, sir. That is not what I said.
It's
What I
what's written.
said is that what we're recommending is specific to the financial reporting, not the actual day-to-day financial accounting. The financial reporting is the process of taking the trial balances and putting them into the format that you saw in this presentation, so that you have a set of non-major funds and their individual balance sheets and income statements, and having all that roll up into your government-wide financial statements. Quite frankly, I don't have any government clients that actually do it themselves, to be honest with you. So what I'm really saying with this record, recommending, I should say, is that if the review of the financial statement information to ensure that it is complete and correct, as well as the footnotes, cannot be done internally, then that should be outsourced to a specialist. And it is a specialized skill, quite frankly. And so that's what our recommendation is.
Jeremy?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I had a series of questions that I derived from reading the audit. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to try to run through them.
Okay. So I'm going to relay a handful of questions and we'll go through them one by one.
A couple handfuls. At the very beginning of the report, it was stated that the report was qualified because we were lacking information from some departments. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
From what departments are you lacking information?
So I don't have the list in front of me. When you look at the first page of the audit report for the financial statements, we indicated the areas, and so the areas were capital assets and accrued compensated absences, as well as, now we did list, I believe we listed in our finding the bank statements or bank accounts for which the information was not compiled fully. And I'm going to see if I can, I'm sorry, I passed it. Yeah, we have a list of the bank accounts that we were aware of, and most of which I believe we did get some information for these accounts. And so, but we didn't get a full set of information for these accounts because this information doesn't go to the treasurer's office. So our qualification is related, to these, as well as the capital assets not being fully reconciled for us to be able to audit, and the same for the accrued compensated absences. So I will make this comment. The finding that we're looking at right here, after I sent this draft to Bobby for distribution, when I reread this, I realized that I believe we should add language in here so that it's clear that it's not only this issue with these bank accounts, but also the issue with the capital assets and the accrued compensated absences, because we didn't mention them specifically in here. We only mentioned these bank statements. So we will be adding language as a part of this, probably below that listing, so that it's clear to people reading this that it's not just this issue, it's those other accounts too. Yeah, so hopefully that answers your question. I believe you have some more.
Shelby, several. I'm of the understanding that there were accounts which were not audited in the 21 audit. Is that correct, Bobby? Do we know that?
Yeah, so he's asking about major funds that were not audited in the 21 audit.
They would not be able to answer that question. There's an opinion on all the major funds, so I have more information than you would. When you look at that audit report, you have to assume that everything that they're reporting an opinion on was audited.
Okay. Next question, Bobby. At the top of page 65 in the audit, it says that they disclosed instances of non-compliance which require reporting. Does that just mean they're reporting in the audit, or that they are required to report that somewhere beyond just to the county?
Let me make sure I'm at the page you're referring to. Are you referring to the corrective action plan that's on the screen?
No, I'm
You
on
said 55?
65. 65.
Oh, 65, sorry.
The first sentence on the page.
Yes, here we go. Any references in this report, this is the uniform guidance report, any references in this report to things that are required to be reported, there are audit standards that dictate what level of issues need to be reported, which ones don't. So if we identify an issue to be a significant deficiency or material weakness, then it's required to be reported by us in our report. So that's what that's referring to.
The report to the county.
Yes.
Okay. Concerning finding one, saying we don't have a centralized process for maintaining records, in that finding there are 6 departments with a total of 12 accounts to which this finding applies. Am I reading that correct? Finding one?
Yes, but keep in mind what I just said, that we're going to add language in here because I realized after I submitted this draft report that we did not detail what we found in regards to lack of supporting information for the capital assets and for the accrued compensated absences. And so we're going to add that language in here. And just like in this case where there were certain accounts that were missing but not all, that was the case for both capital assets and for accrued compensated absences, where we got information from certain departments and other departments we didn't. At a certain point where we realized we weren't going to get a full set of information, if there were departments that didn't provide information for reasons that I don't know, we already knew we had incomplete information, so we didn't pursue it any further because so much time had already taken place, and it wasn't going to change the results in the audit report.
Okay. I know we've already touched on this finding a couple of times, but speaking in simple, plain, and step-by-step terms, what can physically be done to adequately centralize our process for maintaining records? Really short and really simple. What does that look like?
So I think given in a realistic environment, I don't want to just say, because realistically having one accounting software would really help with that process, but that's not a requirement for a county of the size of Shelby. Really what needs to happen is that perhaps a prescribed format for the trial balance and the general ledger be provided for all the department heads. And then those individuals provide that information on a regular basis as is determined internally. A regular basis could be monthly or quarterly or maybe just annually. But at minimum, it has to be annually where there's a trial balance. And so what that means is there's a list of, the balance as of the end of the fiscal year for cash, for capital assets, which would be broken down between equipment and land, building, improvements, and so forth, accounts payable, and so forth. If that information is transmitted along with bank statements and bank reconciliations to the treasurer's office can take that information and they'll do a summary journal entry, but they can put the information in the software that they keep. And then at the end of the year, an auditor won't have 90%, they'll have 100% of the financial activity. And then, if auditors choose to pick one of those accounts that's really maintained at a department, they'll still have the summarized information and then be able to be directed to that department head. And a great example is the highway department. The highway department maintains their records in QuickBooks. They provide detailed reports, and the Treasurer's Department takes those detailed reports and creates summarized entries that represent what they are getting from the highway department. And so when we got the trial balances and general ledgers from the Treasurer's Department for the funds maintained by the highway department, we knew what we were looking for. And then when we asked for detail, she directed us to the highway department.
Okay. Under the cause paragraph there in the first finding, you mentioned something about enforcing Illinois statutes. The statute, does that refer to the statute you cited in the criteria paragraph, 55 ILCS 5/3-13?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be correct to say, and again, just putting this in simple terms, would it be correct to say that the treasurer should have access to every single account pertinent to the county? Is that another way of saying what has been said already?
Right, and that is what we said right after the reference of the actual statute. This is actually coming from the statute itself. Okay. So you can actually, that's why we put the reference in here. You can actually go online and look it up like we did, and you'll see this exact language.
Okay. Moving on to finding number 2, would I be correct in understanding that this is saying that we need to generate our own reports for your consumption in-house instead of placing that burden on you? I think we've already touched on that, but I just want to make sure I understood that correctly.
Right. So I want to make sure I'm clear about that. So in an ideal scenario, that is what should happen. They should already be prepared and given to the auditor, and then the auditor just reviews the financial statements to make sure that they have been put together in the proper format and that the information is correct and complete. However, realistically, most entities don't do that. What they do is they do the same thing at the trial balance and general ledger level. So the general ledger is your detailed listing of all transactions as they're classified throughout the fiscal year. And then the trial balance is a summary of the ending balances coming from the general ledger. If you give that information to the auditor can put together the financial statement. But the issue is you can't rely on the auditor to do that. Somebody has to be able to review the auditor's work and say, maybe we need to make a change here, or maybe we need to update this footnote, or what have you. So that's really what the finding is about.
Jerry, can I piggyback on something real quick? So in defense of the department head, I think we're kind of misunderstanding some words that are being used. If I'm understanding what you said, the department heads were not non-compliant necessarily in providing the information you needed. They just didn't provide it in a format that you could use. They gave, is that right? Is that what you were saying earlier? That if they're going to be the ones to submit it, they need to be trained in how to reconcile the bank statements or whatever it was. Is that what, I mean, because I feel like they gave the information, it just wasn't in a usable format that you guys could use to do the audit.
The non-compliance is with the statute. So if the information didn't go to the treasurer's office, or let me rephrase, if the treasurer didn't have access to the information, that's the non-compliance. Not providing it to us in a format that we could use it to put the financial statements together without actually doing the accounting, that's actually a separate issue. That's the issue we're covering. Well, they're both in the first finding. First finding has a lot of different things, but the issue is that information should have gone to the treasurer, and then the treasurer could have worked with the department head in order to get it into the county's accounting system instead of it coming directly to us.
Because I feel like some of the department heads feel like they're being targeted as being non-compliant with this whole process. And I think they comply in the best way that they knew how. We just need to figure out, moving forward, how to correct that process.
Oh, yeah, and I understand that. Yeah, I can understand why some department heads might feel that way. And that's why I'm trying to point out the issue is that, when we asked for all of the financial accounting information, the treasurer didn't have all of it. And so, if that information is just given to the treasurer, even if it's in the format, that we couldn't use, the treasurer is internal. So the treasurer can take that same report and help compile it into the format it needs to be in. That's really part of their job.
Okay. Next question, Bobby. Am I correct in assuming that we will be unable to adequately address finding number 2 without first addressing finding number 1, because any correct report generated may only be possible if the treasurer has unfettered access to all accounts pertinent to the county.
Did you catch that, Tim?
Yeah, I did hear it. The answer is yes, you're right, but it's not a, I don't know if there's a direct correlation, because you can fix the first finding and not necessarily address the second finding. Keep in mind that second finding's been in the audit reports for as long as any of us have been able to see the reports. So, but I'm going to say yes, because even if you have somebody that is able to perform the services that we're recommending, they still have to have a full set of financial statements.
Okay, so next question, and perhaps this is for the treasurer, I'm not sure about it. Once the treasurer has all of that information that we've been discussing, is the treasurer's office going to be able to compile those reports to send to the auditor? So the treasurer's office could then do the accounting, and then the auditor wouldn't have to do the accounting, they would only have to do the audit. Am I correct in understanding that as well? Okay. Finding number 3, can you put in simple terms what finding number 3 what it is, and can you give an example of our deficiency there, and an explanation of how we might fix it?
Sure. So fixing finding number 1 will address finding number 3 because it's really an extension, and so as all the financial accounting information, whether it's summarized or in detail, gets to the treasurer's department, they'll be able to take responsibility for the completeness of all the reports that represent the county as a whole. And so the schedule of expenditures of federal awards represents the entire county, and the current process allows for things to be missed because there's not one person responsible for making sure that all grant expenditures, federal grant expenditures, are included. So it's very possible that, you know, the health department could receive a grant and the treasury department might not know about it. And if they don't give them the financial information, the treasury department won't have the ability to make sure that any grant reports for the county are complete. So one really helps fix the other. So an example of that, I'm not sure if I can give a specific grant example, but I will tell you that part of the reason that we haven't included the scheduled expenditure of federal awards is because we're trying to make sure that the schedule that we're putting together is complete. And so the original scheduled expenditure of federal awards and the original consolidated year-end financial report that we received, for example, did not include the funding coming from the ARPA program. Part of the reason for that, from our vantage point, is that the funding that the federal government provided directly as direct payments to counties and municipalities and so forth, they did it in a manner that was really kind of expedient. They were trying to make sure that organizations got the money. And then they came back after the fact with all the different rules and regulations that need to be complied with. And so we've seen this in other scenarios as well, as where direct payments were received. People didn't have like a grant agreement, because most people are used to receiving an agreement, and the agreement spells out all the compliance that needs to be maintained. And so we realized during the latter part of this whole process that that funding was required to be put on the scheduled expenditure of federal awards. And so it wasn't included in any of the other schedules because the understanding was not there regarding how it needed to be reported, because frankly there wasn't a lot of guidance from the federal government.
I'm getting there.
Really?
I think I'm going to skip over a couple of my questions. You mentioned that what specifically inclined you to list us not as a low-risk auditee was the fact there are findings. Is that?
Yeah, that's correct. It's a black and white type of situation with that. So in order to be considered by the federal government as a low-risk auditee, you have to go 2 audit cycles with no material weaknesses related to either the financial statements or to the compliance with the federal compliance requirements, and it also has to be submitted timely. Now, the reason I'm saying the timely factor is because if the report's not submitted timely, it's automatically material weakness. And so, I've had clients where, they didn't do anything wrong. They had no findings, nothing in regards to issues with their financials or their federal compliance, but maybe they fell behind schedule because they lost a key person. So in their case, we still had to put in a material weakness because the report was submitted late, and so they're no longer a low-risk auditee.
Okay. Several times in the audit, and we've talked about it tonight, you referred to the lack of an internal control policy. Can you very briefly list some specific items such a policy should contain?
I don't think we said lack of policy per se. What we're really citing is there's a weakness in the controls that were design. And so, so an example, and I think our recommendations regarding the financial statement and grant accounting address the issue. So an example, a basic example of an internal control is that you have one person that prepares a bank reconciliation, and then you have an independent person that reviews it, and they do that review in a timely manner. Okay, so that's an example of the key control, actually, over cash. You have a similar control related to financial reporting, and this is what we're citing in finding 2. You prepare somebody prepares the financial statements, either internally or maybe it's outsourced. I'll say internally, just to keep it simple. And then an independent person that has the requisite skills, knowledge, and experience can review the financial statement and make sure that that financial statement is correct and complete, in all material respects. And so, one of the controls that we were citing is that that the county needs somebody, whether internal or outsourced, that has experience putting together governmental financial statements and footnotes that can make sure that the end product meets all required disclosure standards and accounting standards and so forth. And so, and relying on an auditor to do that is not a proper control in that regard.
Okay.
So hopefully that's a clear example.
Bobby, my last question is, would it be appropriate at the present time with the auditor here to inquire as to the progress of other single department specific audits?
I didn't catch the last part.
So he's asking about other department audits. Where's the progress report on those? Are you specifically referring to certain work?
No, other things that we've asked of Benford and Brown, other single department audits, like due to a vacancy being created, that we've asked Benford to do outside of this audit.
I can answer that a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. That will conclude my line of questioning.
There you go.
Okay. So that's it for the presentation. I did want to say one other thing. I did get several calls and requests for communication from a couple of the board members, and I just want to make sure that, because I haven't spoken to any one board member other than the board president, Bobby, and I wanted to express to all of you the reason for that is because we wanted to avoid speaking to one individual and then having communication go from that one individual to the other folks without speaking to everybody. So I apologize for coming across as not being responsive, but we really wanted to control the communication and have, any communications about the engagement and the report go to the entire board, with the exception of going to the board president, which is a part of his responsibility as board president. Our communications were mainly with the treasurer and with the board president, and prior to the end phase of the audit, we were speaking to a number of the department heads as well, with specific questions, as well as they being involved with the weekly updates.
Okay, I had one more question before I'll go hang out over here. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple questions for you. In your process, did you view the reconciled bank statements on all the accounts here for 22?
For all the cash accounts that we were able to audit, we did receive bank reconciliations, and that is the reason why when you look at the summary schedule of prior audit findings, you'll see that we indicated that that finding was resolved.
So you say you did see all bank statements, you went through every single reconciled bank statement?
Oh, no, not every single reconciled bank statement, no. That's not a normal audit procedure. The ones that, at a minimum, we're going to, as an auditor, we're going to look at the end of the year, end of the fiscal year bank statements for all of the accounts, and then we do confirmations, which is a confirmation coming from the banking institution of the balance that was reported at the particular time period, which in this case would have been August of 2022. Now, in certain cases, for some of the accounts that the treasurer did not have access to, we were provided with all the bank statements and reconciliations. And those tended to be accounts with not a lot of money in them, with the one exception maybe being the sheriff's commissary.
Okay, last question. So what we're looking at on the screen indicates 56 pages. The last page, the print says 82. So we have 26 pages. What's missing from what was originally sent to what we're looking at now?
We probably have to just fix the. Oh, you're talking about from the original one?
Yep. So there were two sent.
Oh. Well, okay. I didn't know the first draft had been distributed. So we distributed a draft.
It wasn't distributed, but we can see size of files. So, and obviously your page numbering was at one point different. So just asking for the difference in page numbers.
Oh, yeah, right. And so, because I'm looking at the page number in here, we're probably going to have to correct it a little bit, but only a little. You have your table of contents here. And so we'll make sure that this, I thought this was correct. We'll make sure that this is correct because the total should be 82. And I do see what you're saying. This PDF has 56. Yeah, I'm going to have to figure out why it's doing that. Wow, that's
significant.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I need to get back to you on that. I'm not sure why it's doing this. Because all of this information, I'm sorry, went too far back. All of this information should be in here.
Mr. Watson,
Yes.
I'm concerned less with the numbering process and more with the content of what was and what is. So we're aware that a draft audit was delivered to the board chairman, and we're aware that that was taken back for revision. And the question is more pointing at what was revised.
Okay. So the revision, one, the financial statements were updated. And so specifically, we updated the non-major funds. And so the original set that I provided to the treasurer and to the board president had some errors in the actual financials here that we caught. And so we fixed those. And then the wording in the first finding was updated as well. This finding here.
Are we talking spelling errors, or are we talking substantial
No,
information?
we're talking about content, and that, yeah, it was updated. And I said earlier, there's additional language I would like to include in this finding so that it's clear that not only are we addressing in this finding the fact that these accounts were not, the information from these accounts was not compiled because it wasn't provided to the treasurer. We also want to make sure that we're addressing the fact that we weren't able to obtain a full reconciled set of detailed list of capital assets and a detailed list of accrued compensated absences So even tonight, I'm indicating that we need to make further updates here.
And I think you can appreciate our frustration with, we're a year late, which means we're 18 months from when we should have had this. I think you can appreciate our frustration when we receive a document that has to be revised, and as we're reading it on a rudimentary level, we're finding multiple errors. Can you help us understand that?
What errors did you find, sir?
You noted them, and you
Right,
made
I know.
reference multiple times that there are things that need to be fixed in this document.
Yeah, and that happens. That's why it's a draft.
You've had a year to
And I
do it,
did.
sir.
So we started working on this audit report in the last 2 months. We spent all that time trying to put together the financial statements. And even as last week, we were adding information to the financial statements.
So when I made numerous phone calls to your
How
office,
about I expressed to you my frustration that when I asked for information, I couldn't get it. You know, and so, you know, I understand your point. I absolutely do.
well, we're trying to compartmentalize where that came from, Mr. Watson. You haven't been clear on that. I'm trying to sit here and compartmentalize where the delay occurred, specifically.
Sir, you have a finding that explicitly expresses the fact that there was information not provided to the Treasurer's Department, which is who we were relying on for a complete set of information. And we went back and forth, and we actually did ask for information from the various departments that we identified that we didn't have information from. It took us a while to figure some of that out. And then we waited for information. And one of the things I did say earlier is if I could do this over again, we would not have waited as long as we did for supporting documentation. We would have said, okay, you have a deadline of X day, and if we don't get it by this day, we're just going to indicate that it's a scope limitation.
What department X day? You're referencing that you would have said you have X day. Who are you talking about? I know the first point of contact was September 23. However, you just stated that you started working on this 2 months ago. Well, this is July. Oh, excuse me, this is August.
Where did you get September 23rd from? We started
I
the audit
did
in
September
March.
of 23.
Oh, we started the audit in March of 23.
Right, and you communicated with department heads as late as September of 23. But you just said you started working on the audit 2 months ago. I'm just trying to put a timeline together.
Okay, all right. Yes, we communicated all the way through early December with our updates. And we said then that, you know, we can't let this continue to go forward. We're still trying to get information. We could not put together the financial statements. We didn't have a complete set of information. So even if you come to an opinion that the financial statements are not correct or complete, you still can't put them together if the information isn't there. So it's one thing to have a full set of information, but it's incorrect. It's another when the information is incomplete. It's like putting together a 1,000-piece puzzle and you have 900 pieces. So that is a large part of the reason for the delay.
Which department?
Who was holding the puzzle piece?
There you go.
We listed it in the first finding. There was information. I'm sorry. Let me be clear. We determined before December that there were accounts that had not, and data that had not been provided to the Treasury Department. And, you know, we asked for that information, and we got that. That's the point in time where we got some of the bank statements and reconciliations. The information in certain cases had been compiled, in other cases it had not been. But we were also trying to get the information for capital assets, which is the largest number on the balance sheet. And we were trying to get information for accrued compensated absences. And at a certain point, we just said, okay, it's going to be incomplete. We we have to change our approach as far as the opinion is concerned. And that's when we decided that it needed to be a qualified opinion. But we still have to put together financial statements, and we were trying to do that, but we were still missing information. And so it took a long time in order to complete that process.
Well, I appreciate your time, Mr. Watson, but I find the majority of your answers incomplete and insufficient. And I'm also moderately irritated that when a board member calls to try to determine a timeline of when this audit might arrive, I can't get an answer. However, I am fully aware that you communicated with other state departments not related to this board a timeliness of this audit. So we can go back and forth.
Conversation with the Illinois Department of Transportation.
I'm not willing to go into specifics because I think you and I would just go around and around until we have a long argument tonight.
Now, I did explain.
Do you want to go into specifics now? You have until evening, sir. With all due respect, your answers are around and round and round.
Sir, I'm weary too.
Thank you.
And I explained to you why. I'm assuming you are Sunny.
Yes.
I explained to you why I didn't communicate with you directly. I didn't get your messages. And I'll be honest, I wanted to. I really did, because you asked a very simple question, and I had the answer. But if I spoke to you, then I had to speak to everybody.
But you communicated with the State Department. You communicated with an entity that is not a part of the department that you're doing this audit for, sir.
Yes,
if you
but
wanted
I did
to
that on
send
behalf of the county because he was asking for an answer as to whether
So was I.
Would be able to. I understand. And so I communicated with your treasurer and the board president. The timeline. Now I can't control after that. If you didn't get the communication, then that's an internal discussion. If you chose not to read what they told you, then I don't know what else you want me to do. But
they were telling me they're waiting on you, sir.
We're not speaking to individual commissioners. We try to speak to the board as a whole. And we knew that we were about to issue the draft and speak to the board as a whole. So I'm sorry that we had to do it that way. That's not the way I would prefer to do it. And given the circumstances, we didn't want to communicate with one person and then get complaints that, hey, you spoke with this one person. It's not the board president. Why did you talk to me?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm going to direct the question back across to the jury box, so go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, no, so make sure I understand, you still have to make revisions, so we don't even have a product that's final that we can even vote on. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes, that is correct. We do still have some final revisions. I don't anticipate it taking more than a week to get those over to you guys.
So based on the 2.5-hour meeting, we'll see.
Chairman, I might respectfully submit, since we have been through the report, asked a lot of questions, and we don't have a vote to take, we might move on down the agenda.
I can't gavel the microphone and blow everybody's eardrums out, so please. So, Tim, the consensus of the room is for us to move on to the agenda. I think we've got through all of our questions. Is there any concluding comments or anything that we need to do to wrap up this conversation?
Sure. So one thing, you know, everybody's frustrated, and believe me, I've expressed frustration prior to this meeting. But I think all of us are trying to achieve the same thing. The reason why we accepted this engagement was to help the county. You know, we knew some of the issues ahead of time that were in the audit reports. When Bobby first contacted me, you know, he said we have a new board. This board is really trying to make change within the county. And that conversation would convince me that we wanted to try to help. And so I think it's good that there is expression of frustration because it means you guys care. And if you care, then I care. And so I'm doing the best that I can individually as well as my firm to get you guys what you need. I apologize that it has taken so long. As I said a couple of times before, in hindsight, we should have provided a deadline and said, we're not going to wait any longer, because I don't know that the opinion would have changed. But at the same time, we had a lot of difficulty putting together financial statements, even when we had our opinion. Having said that, I hope everybody can appreciate that we're really trying to help and provide you with recommendations that are feasible and can be implemented so that you guys can take care of this issue, because I honestly believe that is very fixable.
Started on 2023 yet?
All right, thank you, everybody. We'll have to leave.
All right, thank you. Okay, as reported in the presentation, there is nothing to vote on for tonight since the revisions still need to be made. We'll move on to item 6. Michael, you have the floor. We have a bunch of resolutions and things to get through here.
Thank you, Chair. Starting off with brags on our department again. We've done a lot of things, I feel, in the last month. We've done oiling on County Highway 25, County Highway 40, and County Highway, or it's the Mode Road on the south end of the county. Done a significant amount down there. We are working on a Todd's Point Railroad crossing, which is in the north part of the county, northeast of Finley, about 2 miles. We are currently reconstructing a grade crossing up there. We are doing mowing around the county. There is more that is needed. We have been working on filling potholes. Still a lot to do to be completed there. Rock hauling. We've been working on our equipment, hauling off scrap and cleaning around the department yard. Cleaning debris from bridges, spraying for weed control, and culvert installations. I feel our maintenance crew has been pretty busy doing a lot of different things. As far as my front office team, my technicians, and myself and the administrative staff, they have been doing a lot of day-to-day operations still. There's been IDOT working on our MFT review of our books and we'll process throughout the year. We have one of my technicians as Okanee. There's a bridge in Okanee Township. They're under its construction inspection there. Todd's Point Railroad construction inspection. Training for our nuclear dead speed machine and soils testing for proctors and our gauge for some of my techs. We have been support in welding. One of my big projects for the last month has been trying to figure out costs and time frames for projects throughout the county, trying to get ahead of determining where our issues are and making sure we can allocate money so we can be planning ahead years in the future to make sure our roads stay in a suitable condition. So that's been one of my big projects throughout the month, and we're starting to get something put together there. So we have continued planning on multiple drainage issues around the county and review of flooding issues. So that is what most of my team has been doing for the last month. I will say for my personnel, we are doing steady and doing very well. I would ask, there is a little bit of funding that's getting ready to go away for some of my department, and it's $1 per hour. I'm just going to say that, at least for my Hartley department, I can't attest for other budgets, but we would like to ask that if, like, the county could cover the cost of that, or the highway department could cover the cost of that $1 per hour, so we don't go backwards. Excuse me, you take a breath for a second. So we don't go backwards and basically pay my guys. My guys take a lot of pride in their work. Especially, I've noticed a big difference in whenever we got that raise here a few months ago, I've noticed a big difference in the work environment and then just overall taking pride in their work. And it's awesome to see that, and I just would like to see that continue, I guess. So with that, we also have other projects going on. County Highway 5, which is between Findlay and Shelbyville, we are getting ready to start a project there. The project is believed to start in September. How Asphalt has received that project. Tentatively, like I said, they're starting September. I don't have an exact deadline for that yet. Union Pacific Railroad crossings, we are constructing one currently, as we talked about, Todd's Point Township on the northeast part of the county. We're hauling dirt currently, and it's coming along very well. We have multiple other ones in design for next year and many years to come. County Highway 3 programming has been released as discussed. IDOT has contacted me directly, and they're maybe aware, they are very aware of the issues, and they're working to get us in on using that funding as soon as possible. There's still time out, but they are definitely aware of the issues, and they know we want to get it constructed ASAP. So, there's a bridge in a small culvert / bridge in Prairie Township. It is near completion. Seating is all that remains. The road is open. There are 2 bridges in Okanee Township, 2 separate projects. One's a federal bridge project. The project is progressing very well. Bridge deck beams are in place. Contractor is building approaches, cured low-strength materials cord, fencing. It's progressing very well. We look in the next couple of weeks for that to be complete. And then the one to the east will then be started. We have more bridge inspections occurring next week, and just many other items, and we keep very busy in the department. So, and again, we thank the board for the support. And with that, I would just move on to our resolutions. Would you like me to address those, or
I'll read them off real quick. So, I don't think my microphone will. Okay. Well, your breath is going to be good as mine, so if you want to go ahead and go through your petitions, I'll save mine a little bit here, so go ahead.
Discussion and approval of 50/50 petition from Lakewood and Dry Point Township Highway Commissioners to demolish and construct a new bridge, structure number 087-3234 on Township Road 373, which is also 400 north. It is 2 miles north of Calgary. The petition is for phase 1 and 2 engineering only. Estimated cost of preliminary engineering will be $48,653, of which 80% will be paid from the state township bridge program, and 10% will be shared from the county bridge, and 5% will be shared between the adjoining townships.
Is there a motion, please? Tim makes the motion. Seconded by Jeremy. Any discussion? Questions for the engineer? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Hanley,
Yes.
Bain,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Cole, Edwards,
Yes.
Burnhaber,
Yes.
Hardy,
Yes.
Marks,
Yes.
Mayhaw,
Yes.
Morse, Nelson, Gorman,
Yes.
Otis,
Oh, yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Shuck,
Yes.
Tate,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Resolution for action to approve engineering agreement with Lockmuir to assist in structural design, hydraulic study, and all other necessary items for reconstruction of such structure 087-3148 on Rachel Creek. These two go hand in hand. These are both in relation. So the first one was basically a petition to demolish the road, and this one is the actual engineering agreement.
So moved. Motion by Tim Brown, second by Sean Marks. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay.
Thank you So the next two resolutions also go together. They're both for County Highway 5 reconstruction. The first one is for a resolution for action to approve use of Rebuild Illinois funds for the construction of improvements on County Highway 5 from Possum Creek to Coon Creek access. So this is allocating a special funding source that we received years ago. We need to get it spent, otherwise it does expire. So we're allocating those funds to this project to make sure we get them used.
We're allocating, we're not actually spending this yet.
Not yet.
Motion by Tim Brown, is there a second? Second by Martha. Any discussions on that? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. 2B.
My last item is resolution for action to approve an agreement for the use of federally funded construction for the improvements on County Highway 5 from Possum Creek to Coon Creek access.
Motion, Tim Brown, seconded by Martha. Any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So,
You made reference to a dollar going away per employee.
it's on
It's
four.
on down.
It's on down.
Okay. 9. That's a 9.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand, sorry.
Any other questions for the engineer while he's here? Very good. I think we got through everything.
Thank you.
Okay, item 7. Discussion and vote to open and close minutes and recordings from the June 27th, 2023 and July 13th, 2023 closed session on recommendation of legislative committee. Is there a motion? Jeremy makes a motion. Is there a second? Don takes seconds to the motion to open and close minutes from June 27th, 23 and July 13th, 2023. Any discussion on opening these closed session minutes?
Just a few short things, if I might, Mr. Chairman. These minutes were reviewed by legislative. They were also reviewed by legal counsel, and it was suggested that if the board so chooses, there would be no problem with opening them. Also, it's my understanding that if the board chooses to release these, this will be the end of the list of minutes from sessions currently all closed by the board. I am aware of no other sessions currently unclosed.
Any other questions, discussion, comment? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 8 is discussion and vote to approve a resolution to place a referendum on the November 5th, 24 ballot, general election ballots, and reduce them from multi-member county board districts to single-member board districts upon recommendation of the legislative committee. Sonny makes the motion, seconded by Jeremy. Any discussion on this? Jeremy.
So I will try to speak briefly on this. This is an advisory referendum only. Any results from the referendum could be considered by a future board at a later date during the next reapportionment season, which will be after the 2030 census. This is simply to gauge public opinion at the ballot box. It is non-binding. It is advisory. I ran this idea by the clerk. She was kind enough to check with her election vendors, and there will be no charge for placing this on the ballot. Also, I ran this through legal counsel and discussed with her and took her recommendations, and legislative did approve this unanimously by all those who were in attendance last Monday.
Any other questions, comments?
Was it included in the read-ahead materials?
I guess I just have a question. Well, what's the intent? It's non-binding, right? Nobody can be held to this, so it's just to gauge the temperature of the county population to see if this is what they want for something that will happen 6 to 8 years from now?
Yeah, some research was done going into the last reapportionment season, but by those who did the research at the time, it was done too late to get a referendum on the ballot. And according to the statute that is cited in the first paragraph, the first whereas, a referendum is legally required at some point if the county is to reduce the multi-member districts to single-member districts. All this does is open the door to another possibility if the board at that time chooses that option. Last time that option was not open because a referendum had not been done. So you're right, this doesn't hold anybody's feet to the fire, but it does open the door and give a future board more options than it might otherwise have. I also felt that the timing of doing this was good because I wanted to get a larger cross-section of the population in the county, and generally your biggest voter turnout is during a general election of a presidential election year, and that left us with either 24 or 28. 32 would obviously be too late, and I'd like to actually get ahead of something instead of always putting something off to the last minute, and so that meant 24.
So I guess for a follow-up to that, so I guess I would ask the clerk as well as anybody that might know the answer. With that being as far down the road as it is, right, so there's a statute that relates to this, that a referendum has to be done. Is there an expiration date on the referendum?
In all of the research that I did, and I did ask, going into things, I did ask legal counsel and the clerk. There were numerous statutes that were gone through. I didn't see an expiration date. It is also true that a future board, if they so chose, could do this again, if they wanted to. But like I say, this is one of the prime times to do this. It will need to be done to open another possibility, open another door, give future boards more possibilities, get the bigger cross-section of the population, and it costs nothing. It doesn't cost any taxpayer funds, public funds to put this on the ballot.
Well, it does to publish it, right? I mean, we have to publish it. We have to publish this in the newspaper. So there is some expenditure. To say it's not costing anything is not.
Well, the whole ballot goes in the paper anyway, and this would be on it along with everything else.
Well, public questions are required to be published separately.
Okay.
So.
That's very minimal. Okay, so.
And I already have other public questions that will have to be published, so.
I will say, I think this is going to be pretty popular. I don't know about anybody else, but I've gotten more response from constituents about this than I have the farm, the dog team, and pretty much any other issue we've discussed in this room. People contacting me about how they want my opinion to go on this. So maybe people will turn up and vote for it.
Well, yeah, I've followed, talking with an investigator from Public Integrity Bureau. They agree we're too big. Right? We're way too big. And that's a big part of our problem here. Too many opinions.
That brings up one more thing, if I might, Mr. Chairman. A former board member, Derek Kersey, did considerable research with other counties, including comparably sized counties. According to that research, we are the largest county board per capita in the state. In a state known for big government, we're the biggest. And even, I believe even, per capita, I believe even Cook County, with its millions of people, has 17 or 18 board members. So just to put it into comparison there.
Any other discussions, comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 9, discussion and vote to approve proposed MOU with Ashland. Is there a motion to approve the MOU with Ashland?
I'll second it. I'll make it.
Julie made it. Teresa seconded the motion. Any discussion on the MOU?
whom?
It was not negotiated, this was just presented to me, and I forwarded it on to the board. This is the union's request, basically, that it be continued just while the new contract is negotiated.
So that came from us?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
And so this has an end date, which would be when the new contract is
When
entered?
the new contract is entered, yep.
I'm reading to try to find that.
It's the first whereas.
What's the continue word? You're hearing continue. Help me out with that.
To continue the current contract until the next contract.
No, so there were ARPA funds that were designated for this $1 an hour differential, as well as healthcare coverage that was paid for by the county using ARPA funds. And that is set to expire August 31st. When their current contract expires, this would just extend it until the new contract could be signed, negotiated and signed.
Wouldn't that stay, would we have to continue until we do a new contract anyway?
The prior, it was not in the contract, I believe it was a prior MOU, and it's got a termination date of August 31st.
Date listed on it. It doesn't say it will continue until the new contract is negotiated. It had an end date.
That is what Michael was referring to. Was it the
So $1 an hour shift differential, yes.
And the payment of the cost of the health insurance too.
Correct, that's included in here, yes.
So because that has a date, it terminates regardless of whether or not the contract is,
Correct.
okay, thank you.
And in preparation of sending this for tonight, I did request the current ARPA statement, and at that point in time, there was 1.1 million remaining uncommitted. If it's not committed before December 31st, I believe it has to go back. And the total cost for this is estimated at $3,700 a month. I would anticipate 3-4. I mean, there's no guarantee that no more than 3-4 months during the contract negotiations.
Any other discussion, questions, comments?
I have a comment. I think this is just, while you're negotiating, this is standard. If you negotiated contract, labor agreements and stuff, that things go forward, as long as you're negotiating in good faith.
Yes,
In good faith.
Kind of standard operating procedure, yes.
Yes.
Move to call the vote.
I have a motion for, I have a call to vote. So with that, we'll take a roll call vote.
Amley?
Yes.
Bay? Yes. Brown?
Yes.
Cole? Edwards?
Yes.
Verhaver?
Yes.
Hardy?
Yes.
Marks?
Yes.
Mayhaw?
Yes.
Morse?
Yes.
Nelson? Orman?
Yes.
Otis?
Yes.
Ross?
Yes.
Shuff?
Yes.
Kate?
Yes.
And Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Item 10 is discussion and vote to declare the following squad cars as surplus. There are 3 2017 Ford Interceptor vehicles, and they are listed with their VIN numbers. And authorize the sheriff to dispose of said vehicles either by bids or by transfer to other county departments. Motion by Sonny, seconded by Don. Any discussion on the declaration of these surplus vehicles and their disposal? Hearing none. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 11, discussion and vote to approve a 15-month lease agreement for storage facility located South First and Morgan with Shelby County Community Services for $500 a month or $7,500 for the 15 months. Is there a motion to approve? Teresa makes a motion to approve a 15-month lease. And Sean, I assume you want a second? second the motion. Any discussion on these?
I have a quick question. Is it 15 months because of the adjustment in the budget year?
This is for the clerk's office, I presume. Storage.
County, circuit, county board.
Yep. This would be the one that's just right down the street.
Post office, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, comments on this lease? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Hamlin,
Yes.
Bain,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Cole, Edwards,
Yes.
Fernhammer, Hardy,
Yes.
Marks,
Yes.
Mayhall,
Yes.
Morse,
Yes.
Nelson, Gorman,
Yes.
Otis,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Shutt,
Yes.
Tate,
Yes.
Williams. Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Item 12 is identical to item 11 with the exception of a different location. It's the zoning office, just right across the street here from the courthouse for $250 a month or $37.50 for the 15 months. Is there a motion? Motion by Martha, second by Sean. Any discussion on this one? Hearing none, roll call please.
Hamlin,
Yes.
Bain,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Cole, Edwards, Fernhammer,
Yes.
Hardy,
Yes.
Marks,
Yes.
Mayhall, Morse,
Yes.
Nelson, Gorman,
Yes.
Otis,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Shutt,
Yes.
Tate,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Item 13 is discussion and vote to approve the resolutions transferring the following trustee parcels to the new owners. Parcel number 0723-16-14-303-002 to Joshua Hale for $2,024. Is there a motion to approve? Martha makes a motion to approve. Tad seconds the motion. Any discussion on this transfer? And just for a point of clarity, these are the results of the tax sale, is that correct? Erica?
Yeah. No, auction.
Sorry?
Auction by the county trustee of
Okay.
parcels that they got through tax deed.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion or question? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The same for parcel 116-11-05-101-007 this listed Capital LLC, I'm sorry, for $4,009. Their motion, Martha makes a motion. Is there a second? Don makes a second for this. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion carries to approve the resolution transferring those to the trustee parcel to new owners. Item 14 is discussion and vote to approve the 25 holiday calendar. Is there a motion to approve? Sonny makes a motion to approve the holiday calendar. Carol seconds the motion. Is there any discussion on the calendar? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 14 is committee reports. Is there any committees that would like to update the board with happenings? Carol.
The airport's having a car show on September the 14th. I think it starts at 9 o'clock, and then there'll be food vendors. They are asking if anybody is willing to park cars. Call John Hall or let me know. They're needing some people to help park cars.
Everybody catch that. They need help parking cars for the September 14th
September 14th car show.
car show at the airport. Any other committee reports? All right. So up next is item 16 is chairman updates. as you guys have seen, from the farm resolution, I've gotten the appraisal completed and submitted, and the survey completed and submitted, as well as, now I'm going to go back here and look for the correspondence regarding the question you asked about. It was on the 26th. So here's the response from Timothy, and I can send this to whoever. I'll just send it to the clerk. So if anybody wants it directly, contact the clerk. While my firm does not have an expertise in the subject matter that you have asked for guidance, it appears that the next paragraph of the statute, not included below, defines the state's attorney as an elected county official, which would mean that the funds controlled by such official would be subject to an audit by the county board within 180 days after a change of official. This conclusion also assumes that the office isn't included in the county audit, or such audit will not be performed within the 180-day time period. So if there was, like an election, and there's a new officer in place, well, elections happen right around audit times, so that office would still be audited within 180 days of the change of officers. But, and I'll send this to you to read, but more or less what he's saying is it's presumable that there are funds that need to be audited. Funds as in budget line items.
And that was in the audit of which office?
For the state attorney. So I'll read it again. While my firm does not have an expertise in the subject matter that you have asked for guidance, it appears that in the paragraph of the statute, that the state's attorney, as an elected official, which would mean that the funds controlled by such office would be subject to an audit within 180 days. So that was that response to.
And I think the distinction you were making, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The distinction you were making was if it were a regular election year and the regular audit year would have ended November 30th, it would have been completed within the regular audit, correct?
It would have been completed in the regular audit. But I'll let you, like I said, I sent that to her so you guys can have it all dissected and read through it the way he worded it, because it is if this then that. So let's see, I think that's all I have for updates.
I've got something that pertains to you, okay? Matt Jones has sent me from West Central. He sent you and Mark both at least twice an email about economic development, and neither one of you have responded to him. So I would ask, please look at your emails and please respond to him about they've got some more services possibly that we would be interested in on economic development. And I can't speak for you and I can't speak for Mark because he's the vice chair. So please look at the email and respond to it.
Okay, any correspondences? Hearing none. 19 is ARPA fund update. We are not much different than we were.
Madam State's Attorney, the board has asked, I'm just curious if there's any progress in potentially recovering some of the $70,000 funds. Your office is working on that, I presume?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm hopeful that, I'm going to turn it over to the Attorney General's office and let them decide based on the investigation, providing the information that I have, based on my own investigation, and it will ultimately be up to them whether or not there's another avenue to get that item.
Is it appropriate if I ask that you keep us abreast of that, please?
No problem.
Okay. And additionally, I might just ask the clerk if she would go ahead and forward that email from Bedford Brown to the full board, so you don't get 22 emails asking for it. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so item 21. Any other old business? Item 21 is approval of the claims. Is there a motion to approve the claims? Martha makes a motion to approve the claims. Dante seconds the motion.
We have discussion.
Discussion on the claims.
I want the one pulled for the two that were submitted for the survey and the appraisal of the farm. I want them pulled out of there. And everybody's got a copy of those, the whole board. And I want to have discussion on this. And then I want this one voted on by roll call.
Okay, so you're going to make a motion to amend.
I'm making a motion that we pull this claim from the bills.
Okay.
So we can all look at what you've got in your packet and have a discussion on this. And then before, you can approve this one by itself and then approve the rest of it.
So there's a motion to amend the bills to pull which bills?
The appraisal and the survey.
The appraisal and the survey to be pulled. Is there a second? That's second. Discussion.
May I ask why?
Sure, so I'll do it. So we went through this the other night in finance, and the argument was that the resolution to sell the farm gave the chairman the authority to independently act on these two items. The resolution does not give that authority to do these two items. The resolution allows for the board in the county of Shelby to do those. The only autonomous act the chairman had to act on was to sign paperwork. So specifically the survey and the appraisal were not listed as the responsibility of the chairman. I can save you time if you want a copy. I've got it here.
Mark.
So the ordinance says, now therefore be it resolved, the county of Shelby shall retain the services of a qualified surveyor to survey the county farm property in the specific location of the cemetery located therein, along with the identification of an ingress and egress to that cemetery. Be it further resolved, the county of Shelby shall retain the services of the appraiser to render the opinion of value of the county farm. So are you suggesting that 22 board members are going to work in concert to have these items taken care of?
Are you directing this to the chairman like you're supposed to?
Well, I'll ask you the same question.
Okay, yes, right, so 22 members voted on this resolution, a resolution that says that the county of Shelby determined all these things, right? Meaning the board is representing the county of Shelby. So therefore, through your resolution, the county of Shelby was the only authorized entity to offer, or to go and get a survey and an appraisal, right? Your resolution gave the chairman one autonomous act, and that is not those two items.
To sign necessary paperwork to get those done.
Not to get just to sign necessary paperwork.
It says, be it further resolved, the county of Shelby shall authorize and command the board chairman of the Shelby County Board to sign all documents necessary or related to the sale of the farm, or related to the sale of the county farm. Signing these documents is necessary for the sale of the farm. The sale of the farm was voted on by a majority of the people present that night.
I'll speak to that. You're telling me it took just one signature for you to get that done, right? It wasn't a phone call, right? You just had the authority to sign. You had the authority to make phone calls or email or have things clean up your house.
Oh my God.
So I had these two things done, and I sent the resolution to them. And according to this resolution, this is what the county is required to be done. So I'm commissioning you, and if you wish to do it, do it. So that's what happened. These two firms did the job that the board has asked to be done.
So you didn't sign anything for it, you called them to do it. You had authority to sign, not hire.
Yeah, I signed in the email conversations. It says, do it. That's the signature.
Okay.
Carol.
Is this something that should have gone through committee? Every time I hear talk, I put something on the agenda one day, and I was reprimanded because it didn't go through committee. Isn't this something that should have gone through the farm committee and then brought to the board? No, you just did it on your own. Also, I'm looking at this plat. I'm not sure, I don't know how they determine the cemetery, where the boundaries are on the cemetery.
By the 4 posts that are out there?
Those 4 posts don't mean anything. That doesn't mean that's the whole cemetery. There's a chart here that has every plot on it. If they take this plot and go out to that cemetery, they'll know that those 4 posts are not the entire cemetery.
So what's being farmed right now?
It's not being farmed around it right now. There's just grass on it.
Oh, it should be sure, but.
But I'm telling you, if you look, and you have this, I know you have this,
I'm sorry.
this chart about the cemetery.
It shows the burial.
Shows the burial plots.
Right.
Okay, so you have possession of it. If you take this out to the cemetery and check where the one stone is, you'll know that the cemetery is just a little bit bigger than those 4 posts. And if you talk to the person who put the post there, he didn't know for sure where the cemetery was. He just put up the 4 posts. So if what they've written here is from post to post, I don't think that's right.
So why were there posts put in the ground if they were wrong?
I didn't put them in there.
I know.
You'll have to ask the
So
farmer.
this is a question for how things used to happen.
Oh, we know that the cemetery is in that area. But what I'm saying is, there are more graves around those posts, according to this.
Well, I hope the shout they're not too far away from the post because there's not a lot of grass between the post and the edge of the field.
Have you been out there lately?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I was just out there 2 days ago,
Yeah.
and there's grass around the posts.
Yes, there is.
They're not being. Even if there's one plot going around it, that means this is not a true survey.
There's not, according to this, if you look at what she's got and the stone that's out there that they know who, right there, there's more than one plot to the west and south, and to the south.
But there's people who can find a grave, even though it's not marked.
Jeremy.
Yeah, back to the authority of the chairman. The authority of the chairman is derived from the board. He is to execute the instruction of the board. He is to be the point of contact, and you have done that. That is your job. And so you've done your job, and these bills were part of your job, and you've done it, and you've submitted them. The bill, to the best of my knowledge, the bill is legal to incur. The funds are in the budget. The work has been done, and it's time to pay the bills. That's what you do.
But if the survey is wrong, it's wrong.
It's wrong.
You had no authority to write the resolution, Jeremy, to begin with.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just gonna respectfully call for a no vote on the amendment.
You had no
I'm not
authority to write
This is a conversation with the board, please.
Tab,
Tag, go ahead.
you could talk about budget, right? It wasn't, this is budgeted for fertilizer and lime, it wasn't budgeted for a survey. And I'm just gonna ask, so does this give any board member the ability to go to any department, make an expenditure, and just choose a line item from that budget? Because I'm not sure where your authority came from to get into the farm budget to make this big.
So, in order to complete the resolution, these things hadn't been done. I was given permission in the resolution to do it, and in order to go into these, it's a matter of writing a claim out of a line item. So the board approves the claim to be written out of the line item, out of the budget. I submitted the claim. It is a claim. It is that, by definition, a claim against that budget.
Could you point to which part of the resolution said that you could use this line item on the budget?
No.
Okay.
The resolution said to do these things. I did these things. Then I write the claim to the budget, the line item. But you look at this, there is 32,000 in custom farm, there's 10,000 in farm improvements, there's 6,600 in real estate taxes, and rather than blow any of those up for any given reason, I just listed about $6,300 out of the $120,000 budget. That's why I picked it.
This item was not budgeted for this area. We just sat through 2.5 hours of expenditures coming out of a budget that weren't authorized. How is this any different? It wasn't authorized in the budget for this year for this expenditure to come from this department in this budget.
Okay. So, if there is $10,000 left at the 20th of November, because our fiscal year is up to December 1, and there's $10,000 left in, just take a stab at the budget and say, I'll pick on the state's attorney since she's sitting here. State's attorney has miscellaneous office expenses and employee line expenses, but perhaps there was one that the employee expenses looks like there's going to be an over budget of $10,000. And she decides that she wants to, and this is how frivolous it sounds, she wants to paint the entire office purple. She can spend $10,000 to paint the entire office purple because the budget had an allocation of X amount of dollars. As long as she doesn't blow past total dollars, there's a lot of flexibility.
Sure, but that's her budget. You're not on the committee, and you didn't have authorization into this budget.
I'm the chairman of the board.
So
The
you,
resolution
so thank you for clarifying. So what you said, what I said a while ago, as chairman, you have the ability or the luxury to go and pull from any budget item based on an expenditure that you find to be viable.
This budget is controlled by the board.
So that's a yes.
So there are other budgets that are not controlled by the board. Once they are ratified, that's out of the board's control.
Okay.
This is not one of them that's not out of the board's control.
Okay, so for the record, you had full authority to go out and independently do these two items on your own, and you had the authority to spend the money from the account that you weren't authorized on to pay for it.
Well, that's where you're wrong. The resolution authorized me to get these jobs done. I got them done. I used the funds. I claimed these two bills. I claimed them to the farm account. That's what I did. Teresa, I'll come back.
Okay, if you've been out there, because I've been out there twice in the last 2 days, I found one pin 2/3 of the way across the road from the old wooden fence post on the west end of it that is in the road it would be the southwest corner of the property, okay? The easement itself, there's no denotion out there of anything for that easement. There's no last put in there. There's no pins put in there for the easement. There's nothing. And then I went on down the road, and I did not find the other pins that were down there.
Are you talking about the easement for the cemetery?
That's the only yes, because the easement for the I know, the one for the electric, I didn't find that one either. But the one for the cemetery, there's no pins in there, there's no labs in there that show you where the easement is, and I didn't have a 100-foot tape to measure off that pin that's in the road to even see if that mowed path is in whatever legal jargon they use for the easement for the cemetery. I didn't have a 100-foot tape. But I would have thought that if you paid this money to have this property surveyed, that they would have put labs in there, at least at the front and where it goes north to where it turns, to show where the easement is. There's nothing. And then my other concern is that you are calling this an easement and we are not maintaining that as a road back to that cemetery. And I would think that the cemetery belongs to us. I would think that we would maintain that strip going back to the cemetery as our property also. That we would maintain it ourselves.
Can I make a suggestion that we table paying this bill, not for arguing over who is or who isn't has a right to the funds, but if there is a question as to if it was done correctly, the cemetery is properly plotted out or whatever, we don't want to pay for something that we are questioning whether it was, if we have questions on the final product. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't...
And to be fair, it may not have been done incorrectly on purpose, but if he doesn't have all the information,
yeah,
he can't
because
provide
if we pay
a
this,
survey.
if we pay this, we're paying for something that we may have to pay to have redone. So if there's not an agreement on where the cemetery is plotted out.
So how does the farmer know where the cemetery is at? If nobody else here knows where the bodies are at, then how does the farmer know where they're at?
I'm not arguing the fact that it is or isn't right, but if there's a question that the cemetery is not properly plotted out, I mean, it's going to take, we can get clarification, we can, and next month we can vote on it. I mean, the service was provided, it has to be paid, whether we agree, you know, how the funds were used or not, it was done. So, yeah, I mean, we just need, why pay for something, and then if it's not right, we have to pay for it again. So it can just take a little review, instead of arguing back and forth about the funds, let's just pull it, make sure the plot was done right, and then come back to it again. Sorry, I can't turn my head, my neck's killing me.
There are posts there, Sean.
But you said the posts don't necessarily identify
There are
where the graves
posts that
are.
somebody thought was
So
the cemetery.
It's potentially that there's posts put between grave sites.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
Which I'll go back to how things used to go, but I don't get why anybody would put posts in the ground without positively identifying where those grave sites are at.
You'll have to ask the guy to put the posts in.
Well,
but again, still, I mean, if people don't agree with it, fine, but let's just pull it for now, get clarification on the, and then that way we don't have to pay for something twice.
go ahead and address your question.
Mr. Mayo, would it make it more palatable for you if we moved where that came from to 230 versus 210? Is that an issue, or is it the issue that it was made?
The issue that it was done.
So the 230 versus 210 is immaterial. I go back.
Yeah, I'm looking for the actual plat itself.
Is this what you're looking for, Robin?
So, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Tate.
I move to amend the amendment to not remove
Webster and Associates for the appraisal.
So I have a motion to amend the amendment, not to remove the appraisal, but leave the survey as removed. Yeah, so he made the motion to amend the amendment, and he seconded the motion to only one. We'll go back, and we'll vote on this, the amendment, to just remove one. We've had discussion on this, so all in favor of removing one, not both, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
No, I'm opposed.
Tim Brown, Tad, Teresa, Carol, Tim Moore.
Oh, yeah, I got a
Proceeding
question.
with the appraisal, Pauline.
We'll have public body comment below this. So the motion passed to remove one, not the other, so we'll go back to the original amendment to remove just the survey, because that would be the amended amendment. So the motion to approve of the survey, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
You're spending money.
No? Not yet.
Okay.
I'm keeping my ducks in a row here. Help me. So, all in favor of removing one, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
No.
Same, Tim, Morse, Carol, Teresa, Tad, Tim Brown.
So wait, the option is to remove one or don't remove either of them?
So,
Now, 'cause you got
what we just did, we had an amendment to remove two.
right.
There was an amendment to the amendment to remove one. So, we voted to remove the one. Now we're going back to the amendment to vote on it, to solidify Robert's Rules of Procedure here.
Right, I'm just saying, a no vote means we don't agree to pull anything. A yes vote means we're agreeing to pull the one.
A yes vote means we're agreeing to pull the one, which would be the survey.
A no vote means approve the bills as originally presented. Don't pull anything.
Right, so no vote would be the amendment dies. So,
Now, you want to say that one more time? I'm not sure anybody in this room understands.
Nope.
so a yes vote means you pull one because of the amendment to the amendment. Survey. The survey, please say. A no vote means that you are voting against anything being pulled because the motion was to pull.
If you vote no,
Okay.
that means no, you don't want to pull it.
So, to vote yes would be to pull the one bill. Yep. A no vote means that you're voting to not pull any of it. Because the original amendment was to pull those two bills.
You gotta make sure she understands this before we go further.
It's all on audio and I'm sure she.
Well, that's not anymore there.
So, all in favor of the amendments as amended, say aye.
Aye. You want to raise our hands?
So we have, yes please, Tim,
So this
Carol.
is yes.
Yes, this is to pull the bill, the one bill. Tim, Carol, Teresa, Tad, Julie, Clay. All opposed, say aye.
Aye.
So that would be Mitch, Don, Martha,
Well, there was only
Lori.
7 that voted yes, so 10 would have said no.
Okay. So the motion to pull the bills fails. So we'll go back to the original motion to approve the bills, which was made by somebody. Anyway, all in favor of approving the bills, roll call please.
Hamlin,
Yes.
Bain,
No.
Brown,
Yes.
Cole, Edwards,
No.
Fernhaber,
Yes.
Hardy, Tate,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Whole lot of things.
11 ayes and 6 nays.
A copy of the cemetery charter and ask them.
Can they revise it and set pins? I can do that.
I mean, I still think that that's a big enough concern that it needs to be at least questioned.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And what's, like I said, it goes back to, I'm just starkly concerned that those former votes that are out there are not accurate.
And I think the farmers are doing that. And this chart is in a book in Jessica's office.
It's been brought for discussion before the board, you know that.
Okay. We'll open the floor for public comment. There's 5 minutes per person. No yielding time. And we'll start with,
I just got a few things, but first, way to confuse your board members so you got your way on that last one there. The second is, does those survey and appraisal, did it have to be bid out at all? Since it's a certain limit that it bids? No? Okay. I wasn't sure on that what the limit was. And then last, the audit. When they come back with the new draft revision, is it coming back to the board again like this for another 2.5 hours? Or is it going to committees to look over, for committees to discuss it before it goes to the board? And save us all 2.5 hours of sitting here and listening to that terrible speaker just do circles? That's all he said all night. So what do we do when they send that back? Does it go right back where it was just at? Or are you going to send it on to the committees and let them discuss it in committees and save us all some time, including you guys?
so once the revisions are made, we were all a part of the discussion in the revisions. So once the revisions are made, we should all come right back, address the revisions, and vote to approve. And it will be, probably.
Do any of you other guys think it should go to committees first before it comes back here?
That's the question of all.
Huh? I didn't catch what you just said, so I don't know what you said.
Go ahead and answer the question.
I'm just saying,
I think budget should at least see it.
so it should go to at least a committee. Or any committee that wants to see it. Any committee chair that wants their committee to see it should have access to see it before it comes before the board. Fair enough. We'll see if that's what happens.
I would think that would be good because the budget committee's gonna have to start working on the budget for this next fiscal year, aren't they, Bobby?
Yep.
So they would be a good one to look at that before they bring it back here. And speaking of that, has Bellwether been hired to help with the budget for this next year?
No, that was for a 2-year term, so he wouldn't. The firm is not commissioned for this year.
And we're not gonna hire them? We're not notify them, we're not gonna have their help with the budget?
Nobody said anything about it. So,
I think I asked that question before we had talked to him, and he said he hadn't been notified, so. Okay, is that budget committee, is that where that's determined in budget committee?
what?
If they're gonna use Bellwether or not?
No, it's during the board to use.
Well, I know, but if it was brought before the board. To approve it.
Yes, I think that's where it should come from.
I think that's where it.
If there's a recommendation to the board,
I'm just trying to think of where it originated from. I don't know where it came from. So, are you finished?
Oh yeah, you already took over my time, so go ahead.
Well, no, you still, I still got 2 minutes on it.
Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just want to be clear before I finally go home. It's been a long day. When did he say the budget, the new draft will be back? We all know, and I appreciate all the board members that have talked to me, worked with me, everyone that I've contacted has. When are we going to have the next draft? Everyone that I've contacted knows why I'm concerned. It has to do with the transportation grant. Did he give us a timeline? We had 60 days. All right, so 1 week. How are we going to ensure who's going to be, are you going to continue? I'm going to continue to blow up your phone, email. How are we going to make sure? Because we have to turn around, we only have 180 on the other one. I'm seriously concerned about this. I've been very vocal about it.
Going back to your question about why he was in contact with IDOT, is because there are multiple entities, whether municipalities, counties, or whatever, that are in the same situation, whether they can't find an auditor or whether they have audits that are well overdue or in progress.
So what are we doing? That's my question. What are we doing to fix that?
If I call them every day, or every hour on the hour, it only prolongs the process. Because he's answering the phone.
I'm not asking you to call him every day.
Send him a letter, like a request that we receive the response within 7 days. Like a day, not 7 days from today, or tomorrow, to be fair.
We only talk to people.
I can if I'm given the authority to do that.
And we have nothing on the agenda for that.
Okay, so how do we fix this right now? You know my concern. I think it's very clear. Sonny has listened to me. You have both listened to me. You've answered my questions. I appreciate it. What are we doing to fix it right now is what I want to know.
Go ahead.
I've spoken to IDOT, and every indication that I've received from him is so long as there's communication from this board to him, updating as we are updated, which I did as soon as I knew of anything about the draft, I emailed him, then his goal and objective is to keep us off of that list.
That is his goal, yes.
And he will make every effort. He has given me not a great deal to fear because there is communication. There's been communication from the chairman. There's been communication from the auditor. There's been communication from myself. So he has no plans of putting us on a stop pay.
Can you get him to put it in writing? I mean, is there something? I need to make sure that things are lost.
Because that doesn't fix the underlying issue. The fact that IDOT is saying, that's not what we want, we don't want to put you on the stop pay, we're not going to do that, we're giving you all the time in the world, that doesn't fix the underlying issue that we still don't have it, and we've got 180 days to do.
So I'm just simply asking, he said we have it, and what's the next step for them? When we get to the next step, what will happen?
Well, like I said, the revisions that have been made, or were noted, because as he was going through, if you saw a little box pop up, that was a note to make a revision.
Okay.
So it shouldn't take, A, that long, and B, the revisions that were noted should be completed and done. So like I said, in a week, we should be coming right back to approve the audit.
So we'll have a special board meeting.
That was my question.
It will be either a special board meeting if I can get it posted, or it'll be an emergency board meeting due to timeline.
And then the process past that, it has to get approved. So, but then we still turn around more than that 180 days hit too.
Okay, so going to that 180 days, 6 months, being that they know how this structure is for 22, nothing happened in 22 to fix those problems, so 23 will be, like he said, the stop will be a lot faster. They realize that there's only so much they can look at, there's only so much they can actually address, because the information they're going to get is incomplete or in improper form. So that one, I would not venture to guess to take the full 6 months, even if they were allowed that. Because they know, going into it, that it's going to be a modified opinion, it's going to be, some other terms they use, but a qualified, modified opinion, whatever he uses. So he knows that going into it, so it should be a lot faster. This one took a long time because of the time it took to figure out that he wasn't going to get all the information.
Okay, I heard that. I just want to know and help and be a part of whatever it takes to move it forward and making sure we're doing that. Like I said, he got a hold of somebody and got me answers right away. You've answered me every time. funds for what we're about to lose funds for is too serious for me to sit back and be quiet anymore. So I just want to make sure that if somebody's communicating with all of us, if something's needed, you will hand it over. I know I do.
Right. So you have the information, and like we were talking in some other instances, if it's your information that you've got to turn over or whatever, but it's raw data, it's not financials, whatever they call it. I know. I'm just saying, if it was your information and it's raw data, they cannot take that and compile it because that's.
I understand that. I just want to make sure that we as a county are moving, making sure the next steps taken.
So
we make sure that we have it in a week, and if we don't, what do we do? Who are you going to make sure? That's all I'm looking for.
So moving forward, I mean, we could hear the findings and the recommendations for fixing the issues. That is centralizing the information. Doesn't mean the treasurer manages those funds. It means that she has the information in those funds. Once that is compiled, audits ought to take about 45 days.
But that's not what she's asking. She's asking if 1 week rolls around and you don't have the new draft, what are you going to do about it?
What can I do about it?
Pick up the phone.
Besides that, I mean, I've talked to him in the last 2 weeks or month since the last board meeting on a regular basis. It doesn't affect the outcome. I can say, hey, we're bumping up on deadlines and we're doing this and we're doing that, and I've got everybody breathing down our throat to get this audit. Where's that? It's still not complete. As far as me reaching through the computer and punching the buttons and saying this is the numbers and this is the language, I don't know what else to do.
Well, if that's the answer that we're getting when we call and say, where is it, where is it, where is it, why are we hiring them to continue to do more work for us?
What a disaster. Here's why you don't go somewhere else and fire them today. Here's the one reason why, and I just explained it in the 180-day process. You hire a different firm, if you can find one. You hire a different firm, and if they do a complete job, it'll take them a year. It will not be done in 6 months as prescribed. If you allow them to stay with it and complete 23, provided they're willing to do it.
Did he say just started 2 months ago?
How can we?
No.
Oh, that's right. Sorry about that.
So, I'm going to go back here in the corner. Do you have anything else? What am I going to do about it? I can call.
Okay.
I mean, we can call and email numerous
I'm
times.
going to call the questions that Sonny has started, and I'm going to continue to stay on him, and I'm just going to continue to say this is too important. I just want everybody to know on the board, if they're not sure how important this is, who it affects. It's unacceptable. We need to work as a team and get it together. I don't care what department it is. You're talking about elderly, disabled, impoverished. My clients that are not going to have services. That's why I'm frustrated. You tell me what it takes, and I'll assist you. Everyone in here can work together. Everyone. Every department head. I'll help. But we can't let that happen. So you tell me what you need. And please give me a timer. And thank you for answering those questions.
Thank you, Heather.
So what we needed to get this under control a lot faster was years and years and years ago. The policy should have been formulated
I don't disagree, but it's got to happen now.
Right. No doubt. Someone go here in the front row. Go ahead.
Yeah, I used to teach. I taught English and writing, literature, film, and you can spot the students that don't do the reading. You can spot the kids that don't do the homework. And what we saw tonight, frankly, certainly appeared like somebody that didn't do their homework, that threw their paper together at the last second, and then was looking for other people to blame. I don't know how many excuses I heard tonight that sounded like the dog ate my homework. Yeah, right. And when he got pushed, when Sonny pushed him and asked some good questions, he got defensive, right? So we have a bunch of department heads here today, and I heard kind of a lot of low-key blame shifting from these department heads. So I want to ask you all, Did you guys receive any requests for information
One,
that you did not respond to?
none.
No. Ms. Fox?
I responded.
Yep.
I responded.
Heather, did you respond? Okay. Did you receive any questions, requests for information from those departments that were not relayed to those departments? This is a question directly to the treasurer. You're here. You can answer that question. Did you receive any requests for information from the auditor that were not related to those departments? Have you requested any of this financial information?
Wow. What are you answering?
This is my public body comment. You're interrupting me.
That's not a comment, that's a question.
It is a question.
I don't have to answer you because I've done my job, Chris. And you can sit and try to.
I'm asking.
If you want to
You don't. Hey, whoa! This is my time. This is my time. This is my time. Do you want to call me an asshole
You just
again?
asked me a question.
You're not answering.
You're not answering my question. No, you didn't. No, you didn't answer my specific question.
I just said I did my job.
You did your job. Did you make the request? Were there any requests made to you for information that you did not relay to these department heads?
No, there was not.
Okay. What's the problem then? Then it's the auditor that did not ask the right questions of our department heads. And that's why that audit's a year and a half late. No, I listened to everything the auditor said. It was 2.5 hours of my life that I will never get back. God-awful waste.
Ask about the.
You've known about this. Whitfly, Weston Company, both mentioned the decentralization of records. None of them mentioned the statute that was violated because of this. None of them were unable to issue a clean audit report because of it. I'm assuming that it's because they went. Yes, they were clean audit reports. And in fact, yes, they were. They were not unmodified reports. There are none of those that are qualified. Like this one is. None of them. Not a one of them. They finished the audit. Every one of these audit firms, prior to this one, finished the audit. There's no reason that they cannot finish this audit. This is a bunch of BS. They drug their feet. They didn't ask for the information that they needed. They could have went to these department heads and asked for them. They could have explained to them how they needed that information presented to them. I requested I forwarded all the emails. I didn't see anything like that. I saw nothing like that. You know all this information. Have you been asking for this all along? What does it mean to have access to this information? Can't you make these requests on a monthly basis? Can you please send me this information? That way I can make sure they have it.
Again, it's the treasurer's fault.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you a question.
It's the board's job to run the county, not me.
But you know this stuff. You know this stuff is coming up. Why are you not asking for it? Why are you not asking? So you can set up this specific scenario to talk about decentralization, so you can get your hands on more things, and you can't line up your bank balances. Jake's pointed this out month after month after month after month. Beginning balance from the ending balance of the last month to the beginning balance of the next month does not line up.
Yes, it does.
Jake, what's the entire year 2022? Nothing lines up. Absolutely nothing.
Not 1 month.
I mean, it's bonkers listening to this. Absolutely bonkers. And you're trying to shoot the blame onto these people, and it's clearly not their fault. It is absolutely not their fault.
I can show you funds that vary $20,000, $30,000 from the end of the month to the beginning of the next month.
And everybody sitting out here, everybody watching there, they know. They know. They get it. They see it. They know what the problem is. You keep mentioning that we've had 4 auditors in 5.5 years, and the common denominator is you. I'm done.
This is my first time here. I'm a first-time home buyer. I'm from Shelbyville. I'm from Shelby County. I just moved back here a year ago. I was in the Navy for 6 years. Before that, I was in the Shelbyville Fire Department for 5 years. I joined when I was 18 years of age. Old enough, I was still in high school. And I was on there for 5 years while I went through Lakeland, and then I joined the Navy. So I know about public service. I know about civil servants. And I know about being an ambassador to the public. Last year, I came here to make myself compliant with the law and receive my exemption for my disabilities as a veteran. which there is a 35 Illinois Code, 200 TAC, and there's about 60 pages in the 200 code. The ones that apply to veterans are TAC 165, TAC 167, TAC 168, and TAC 169. The problem that I encountered last year when I first came here to try to be compliant with the law is that the supervisor of the assessments office was fixated on one sentence out of one paragraph out of all that law. There's 4 subsections that apply to veterans. There's 60 pages that apply to a disabled person in Illinois. But as a veteran, I was told that I had to go back to the Veterans Affairs and get a letter from them every year saying that I was disabled. And I thought that was probably incorrect. But I went home and I did my own research, because when I came here to look for help, I've been here 3 times now in the last year, maybe a couple more than that. And every time I come here for help, nobody has any information that is either pertaining to the information or the subject matter, or the information I'm getting from the assessments office by direction of the supervisor, from what I understand, who's an elected official, Debbie Dunaway. She wants to make the veterans of this county every year go back to the VA and get this form that says that we're disabled. It doesn't talk about our percentages or service connected or what we got disabled for. It just says we are classified that in the Veterans Affairs. I talked to the Veterans Service Officer at the VA, who you order this form through, and they informed me that that's not what they do, that's not how they operate. It would be overwhelming to their system to do that. And in talking to veterans in this community, it is apparent this has been common practice for some time, to where, by direction of the supervisor of the assessments office, who's an elected official, Debbie Dunaway, she wants to make the veterans every year go back through this process. They have to reapply, which seems to be its own issue, but she wants us to have this sheet from the VA to be generated every year. Well, I went and I read the law, and there's nowhere in the law that it says that at all. Like I said, she's focused on one sentence out of one paragraph, out of one subsection of that law. There's 4 subsections that pertain to veterans, and others that pertain to other disabled, as well as senior citizens. Veterans are the only ones that I could find that have to reapply on an annual basis. That does not apply to veterans of 100% disability or World War II veterans, or veterans who are permanently disabled. The VA has their own time thing. That's the federal government. The VA is doing what they do with the medical of our vets in accordance to their experience and expertise. I think that we should embody this separation of power and let the federal government do their job, and not have the supervisor of our local government be dictating incorrect information. I went back the 3rd time after doing all this research. I had stacks of paperwork. I must have covered 5 foot on the countertop of information. My backpack was full. My phone was loaded with information. I was ready 2 days ago on August 6th to try to come to some understanding. After coming here a few times, I came to this library. I did my own research. I read the laws. And after doing so, it's pretty obvious to me that the supervisor who's enforcing this rule, this incorrect law, this not a law, this incorrect rule, which is a hardship for the veterans to have to go back and forth every year to the VA to get something that the VA doesn't want to give them. It's a good day if you can even get satisfactory service from the VA. And that's a separation of powers issue that needs to be respected there. But the problem is that the assessment office, and by direction of Debbie, who I've spoken with twice, and both times, she would not listen to any new information. She would not have anything to do with the information I was trying to present, trying to come to an understanding. She actually called the sheriff deputy, who was the guard downstairs, who scanned me. So he scans me, he scans my body. He knows that I don't have any weapons on me, but he's called up there to come and intimidate me. I asked him why he's there, and he says to protect them from me. But he must have stood there for 20 minutes, and he turned around and he left, because he could see that Debbie Dunaway, the supervisor of that office, was the aggressor. She was very hostile,
the entire time. She wouldn't let me finish a sentence. She continued to attack. And what's important is that there's a lack of professionalism that's happening here. There's intimidation by the sheriff's department that seems to be commonplace, because they just called him right up there. He came like it was commonplace for him to do that. And I would like to see how many times the sheriff's department is called up there on a regular basis during the day to harass the public when they're just trying to get information on how to be compliant with the law in the first place. So there's several issues here that's going on, and I think that maybe training or maybe a vote of no confidence needs to be called. Thank you for your time.
May I respond to that, please? Mr. Helton, thank you so much for your service. We do appreciate it.
Julie, can Debbie please respond?
No, yeah, I'm sitting here.
Knows exactly what went on.
Okay. So Mr. Helton, yes, has been in my office twice. He has brought in information that was incorrect. We require current information from the Veterans Administration, which is the law for the state. Federal law doesn't apply here. He is disabled, yes. He is entitled to that, and I want him to have it, but I need a letter from the Veterans Administration with a current year on it and a current address with his service-connected percentage of disability. That is the law. I have spoken with the Department of Revenue. They said I followed the law correctly. The letter he gave me was from 2019. The address was from Urbana, and he did not want to get another letter. I spoke with the Veterans Administration. He actually came in my office yesterday and said I did it correctly, and could he get information to get in touch with Mr. Helton. I said he wouldn't give us his phone number. I have his address, but I was going to mail him a letter with the veteran's card so he could contact him to get help, to get the appropriate paperwork that has to go along with his application. I cannot accept a letter from 2019 with an Urbana, Illinois address on it. I don't make the rules. I just have to follow them. I am not denying him his exemption. He deserves it. 100% he deserves it. But I cannot falsify his record.
Do you think that the veterans have to go every year and obtain this?
Mr. Halpin, it's my time. That is a requirement. The only time you do not have to get a letter from the Veterans Administration is if you're 100% disabled and totally and permanently. You don't get a renewal, you don't have to supply a letter, or if you're a spouse of a deceased veteran, you don't have to. And everybody else has to. I believe his rating was at 90%. Then he filed a complaint with the Board of Review to state that he was honorably discharged and he should be exempt. He has every right to do all those things, and he has every right to the exemption, but he has to file the correct paperwork. And he told me I was wrong and that I wasn't reading the law correctly, but I got proof from the Veterans Administration and the Department of Revenue, and that's how it's done.
Thank you. That's how you respectfully respond to a constituent.
I'd just like to give kudos to the sheriff and the deputies. We had a car go and leave the road and come into our yard and hit a tree. And they were there and prompt and very professional. And I just would like to thank them.
There's some deficiencies. So like, for example, our department has a checking account per se. So what is the plan going forward to fix that? I mean, is there communications plan? Are we to take these accounts, like take our checkbook, and is that to go to Erica? I mean, what is the plan? How are we going to fix this going forward so that we don't have to go through this every year, you know, when the audit comes around?
Right, so in short, we need to draft a policy. It's a simple countywide policy that all department heads report their financials. I call it financials, probably wrong terminology for auditors, but report their financials to the treasurer. And we could establish that as monthly, quarterly, or I'd rather not go yearly because yearly could put us behind and delayed because of transfer of information. But it's really simple. The statements and the whatever information you have for a checking account or a savings account, whatever accounts you have, those get recorded and held in the treasurer's office for the simple purpose of when the auditor comes in, they've got all the information they need, top to bottom, in the format they need it, and it's all set to go. Now, once they get into that, if they start auditing the numbers and they're like, well, let's pull a number out of the hat, and number 12 is the lucky one, whoever Department 12 is, they're going to get a single audit, for example. They're going to get checked out, a little bit more in depth. But that's what needs to happen.
That's not what a single audit is.
So the policy would dictate that there would be basically there would be no accounts that would not be logged and recorded in the treasurer's office.
So I think that there needs to be communication, right? That Erica needs to understand what we do with our checkbook or why we have one.
It's irrelevant. It's really irrelevant. What you do with those funds, that's your guys' business in your office.
Well, what we do with those funds is we collect for copies and things. We put it in a bank account. We reconcile that bank account every month, and we write a check to the treasurer's office for the monies we've deposited.
That's all it is?
That we collected. That's what it is. That's what our account is.
That's all it is.
That holding up the audit?
It's about,
How much money is that?
in a year's time, it might be $1,900, $2,000. I'm not sure.
Okay, so
Wow. That's
Yeah,
it?
they went back to, and
Sorry. I was just trying to explain what the account is. We don't write checks out of it for personal things or anything.
it doesn't matter what you use it for. It's the beginning and the end and the monthly statements in between.
Right, and we reconcile.
Yeah.
Because you can't. I'm sorry.
So then, once that happens, that's part of it. But that is one of the main issues that
Premises
brought
are
up
almost
in the
flimsy
last
here.
5 years is that this information is not compiled and considered appropriate. It's been a finding, like Mr. Banks said, for several years, the same finding over and over. It's a failure of the board to get policy
Stand on such flimsy premises.
to make this happen. That's where it comes from.
So I guess we'll just wait for the policy to come out, and it would be clear enough to say, hey, department head, you have a checking account, so this is what you need to provide to the treasurer.
Yes.
Okay. Simple.
What took so long to get there? I mean, this has been in these reports for like 4 years.
And we did this.
I know, yeah. No, what's the laugh? I mean, you knew about it. Why haven't you requested this information? I mean, this is bonkers, nuts.
Why did prior boards not fix the problem?
Can you not communicate with
Are
other?
you incapable of communicating with these people?
I've been titled a frequent FOIA, and I guess I'm going to take that title and be proud of it. I sent some FOIAs, and I try not to send FOIAs that I feel are redundant, FOIAs that maybe I've heard someone else is going to send, etc. Eric and Bobby like to keep abreast of how many FOIAs I send, but I usually request important information that people in this gallery and on that camera need to know. I sent a FOIA to the department heads in the last 10 days. And I wanted to know a few things. A couple of the things were, when's the last time you heard from the auditor? When was the last time they asked for information from you? What methods would an auditor use to get information about your department and your financials? And just to summarize, One of the emails didn't go through, the coroner's email didn't go through, so I didn't hear back from him. But pretty much everybody else, I didn't go off and check them off on the list, but Sheriff's Department replied. There's a couple that are not, that don't have to give you that information. Probation's one. I think Supervisor of Assessments was, or Carrie's office was another. But overwhelmingly, the responses I got were, they don't call us, we don't know, they've never been here, nor have they ever scheduled a visit. Sheriff file doesn't work. We got accused of not being compliant with the audit by the previous state's attorney and was threatened by him. And then when an email was sent that said, hey, wait a second, who's saying we're not compliant with this? They went, oh, darn it, that's wrong. We apologize. So these, and I've seen the emails saying, is there anything you need from us? Do we need to send you something, etc.? I was told at least twice that one of the departments who has, a heavy amount of things that take place, they don't even have a checkbook. They were primarily grant funded, and they used to, with the previous auditors, always utilize share file. Share file doesn't work. So if they're emailing me back in a very timely fashion, all of them, and they're responding to my FOIAs and other people's FOIAs, and doing their due diligence to do this while they're working their daily jobs, and they say the download that we're supposed to be using the share file doesn't work. We've sent them emails. They've never come here. They've never scheduled a visit. We don't have a contact number. I don't think they're the problem. And I can tell you something else. If I hired an auditor to do an audit, and they didn't even start discussion about it until a couple months after it was supposed to be due, I'd fire them in a heartbeat. I'd be like, you're done. Because the emails will show, and anybody in this room can FOIA them, they will show when the discussion started. It's all recorded in Otter. And there's comments in there. You can see little topics like there's things about the sheriff's office. There's things about, I think health department was one. All these discussions weren't even had until like last summer. It was supposed to be done when? February, March? Last year? What have we been doing since last year? We paid them the full amount to give us an audit that was full of we don't knows tonight? And finger pointing at these people that are trying to do their jobs, they're like, ask me for my stuff. Let's fix this. That's part of my discussion. The second one is this thing that happened the other night with the fertilizer seed. Again, if I'm running a business and someone that I hire to do my bookkeeping for me, put their initials, which I consider a legal acceptance of something. When you put your initials on something, it means you reconciled it, you looked through it, you made sure it was correct, and they paid a bill that was for the wrong thing, and they tried to slip it past me in a meeting, I'd fire their butts too, because that's not how you do it. And I sure as heck wouldn't let them stick around for more. When I put my initials on something, I intend to make sure that that went for fertilizer, and it didn't. And that's not right. No, let me finish. That's fine, 1 minute. It's not appropriate for someone in any of the meetings. It doesn't matter what meeting it is. And I'd say it to all 22 of the board members. It is not appropriate to just have 1 or 2 people review something. The 2 people thing needs to cease. And this is the reason why. If you're going to review the bills, there's been a couple board members said, why don't we go back to that solution? We all looked at them before. This is the reason why they all should look at them. Because we have board members that were hoping that they could sneak that through the other night. You guys that approved the bills tonight, nobody ever be the wiser. And that is unethical as hell. I don't care what you call it, what excuse you name it, it's wrong. If you don't know better than that, you really need to check yourself a little bit harder. That is not appropriate in any business. You would not maintain your job if you did that for an employer. I'm a taxpayer. I pay for that stuff. And I want to know what's going on. And I don't like things being snuck past the farm chair and thrown in another meeting, and they're just going to, you guys are going to shuffle it amongst the ones that are on board and decide it and go to town. That's not fair.
I have 2 questions for Bruce. One, I don't know the answer to, but maybe she does, is that part of the treasurer's job description to be in charge of the information for an audit? I mean, maybe it is, I don't know. If I were going into a factory that had different departments, I wouldn't want to get all my information in one department. I would want to know if each department was doing what they were supposed to do, and I would want to question each department. I wouldn't think it'd be correct to have one office in charge of all the information. But do you have any idea, Rick? And my second question is, do we actually need a specific purpose to farm our county farm? That's my two questions.
Question of the board?
That's my question for Rick.
We're in a board meeting.
Pardon?
We're in a board meeting. This is a question of the board.
Pardon?
Is this
I'm
a
talking
question
to
of
the
the
board.
board?
I would like to answer these questions, or if you want to answer them, that would be fine.
If you want to ask her independently, and then she can bring her opinion on that.
What's your
I think
opinion?
taxpayers want to know.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think we'd all like to hear it.
Oh, you don't have one?
We've been here all this time, what's the difference?
You don't have any opinion if one person should be in charge of all the information?
Okay. Someone pause your time.
That's not 5 minutes yet.
I said, I paused your time.
Pardon?
I paused your time. I paused it.
Stopped your time.
Pause.
It's paused.
He doesn't need your help, Kurt.
So, here's the deal.
No, he doesn't.
Listen,
No one needs your help, Kirk. I've seen what your help does, bud.
I'm going to answer Jake's question. We've been,
You know it too.
it's my opinion, on the audit, and one person that is prescribed by law to maintain the records, the financial records, that is the treasurer. That is in statute. Now, it's not that she manages those funds for the department. That's not how it works. But she has the records, all the records.
So.
That is prescribed by
I
law.
talked to all the department heads with them, and they've not been asking a question in a year.
Okay.
So if we're not asking questions, how do you get the information?
So here's the next problem with this whole scenario.
Okay.
There is no necessary reason for them to contact anybody until after they have the financials. Which the financials, if they come from one office, then they can start the audit. If there is something that they need to go back and look for supporting documentation, they can do that.
Okay. So that's the way all.
But they are not to go to an individual department for the actual information they're looking for from the treasurer.
So that's the way all this are always done, go through the treasurer.
You go through one point source of financials. And like you said, it's standard across everywhere else. We're the only ones that don't do it that way. Did you catch that?
So do you think we need a public purpose?
He didn't say that.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. He said he'd never encountered that. He didn't say that's how it always is.
That's what he said. So anyway.
No, he didn't.
What's your do we need a specific purpose?
Well, yeah.
Are you running the board?
We do need a
You
specific
running the show here, Kirk? Yeah, gavel him down, Bob.
No, I'm gathering everybody back there behind Jake that will not be
I know,
quiet.
Kirk won't shut up.
So,
I don't understand why he won't shut up.
We need a public purpose.
so it goes.
Specific public purpose, would you
Yeah.
mind asking her?
No, I'm going to answer the question.
Just keeps chirping.
So you ask if there is a necessity for a specific public purpose. The answer is yes. And the reason being is if we don't have a public purpose, then we're paying taxes on it. We've been through that rigmarole time and time over.
Can you do that before a law?
If I were a lawyer, I would love to take it to court.
I'm just asking. 10 years.
So, that is the reason for having a public purpose is so it's tax exempt property. We can get it just like every other government.
Tax exempt. This one's a tax exempt.
I want it tax exempt.
The farm tax exempt?
No, it's not.
We never pay taxes on it? We never pay taxes on it?
We've been paying taxes on it all the way up until 2020.
This isn't about taxes, Bobby, you just want to sell it.
Yeah, be honest, dude. Just be honest.
You just want to sell it.
They,
You're not really.
a year ago, it was tax exempt, and they said it was not.
It is not tax exempt. Department of Revenue said so.
So why would they have?
Because it's not right for government to pay taxes. We've been around this circle numerous times. So,
You still didn't ask Ruth if she thought we needed a specific purpose to farm. I can't ask her.
I wouldn't ask her right now anyway, because you know what happens when you ask an attorney on the spot what's
Yeah, she gives you an answer you don't want to hear.
You may get a bad answer. You may get a bad answer.
You're telling me she doesn't know what she's talking about?
I'm not saying she doesn't. I'm saying
I know he
you may
doesn't.
get a bad answer.
What are you saying? Not to listen to her?
Okay, so as much as you despised our previous state's attorney, he would tell you the exact same thing about himself.
Oh, yeah, that'd be right.
You can go back through and watch public meetings across the state with an attorney present, and they may hit the nail on the head and be perfectly accurate. Or they may be completely wrong, but you never know. Good bit.
Going back to Missouri.
Good bit.
You leave tonight, or is it Georgia? Is that what you said? It's Georgia.
Public body comment. Go ahead.
I just want to know, so I can sleep tonight. When you went in with this paperwork for a survey and an appraisal, but it comes out as, what was it? For fertilizer? Okay. I think that's a little, like, fraudulent. I mean, to me, that sounds totally illegal. And is that tax money you're using, or is this, I mean, and nobody else knew about it, or did somebody know about it? Maybe? Was there more than one person? And what's the hurry to sell it? Who gets the money? And what's it going to be sold for? You obviously know. We would just like to know. That's all. It's, kind of concerning. I'd like to know, what is the hurry? Why are you lying? Really, if I did something like that, I'd probably go to jail. That would be my luck.
Well, I like the accusation of lying. Run the line about.
You're lying.
How much time do you have?
Did anybody just hear what I said?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm getting an appraisal and a survey, but using fertilizer and, what was the other one? Okay. That's not lying. To me, that's lying.
So what?
That's, okay, maybe I should say it's an untruth and make it not so nasty.
So out of
It's illegal.
out of 4 line items, the fertilizer, lime, real estate taxes, farm improvement, and custom farm, which would you like me to do?
Where's the appraisal and the survey on it? Was an illegal meeting that we sat through because it didn't pass through the farm meeting, because I was at that farm meeting, not to be voted on at the, I can't think now, I'm so tired, at the meeting here. So that was actually an illegal meeting, and that vote should not count. Correct?
No.
Correct.
So I'm going to pause your time.
That's what you composite.
So you're saying that the meeting was illegal because the subject matter did not pass through committee, correct?
Correct.
So the court case that was out of Southern Illinois that went back and forth numerous times, did that prohibit?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I know, because I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I know there was a court case.
I don't care. What I'm talking about is the lying,
And I'm
the
going to-
cheating, the stealing,
Excuse
the
me,
kind of ads.
excuse me, let me answer your question about why it's not a
This is our
legal
money
meeting.
people are messing with.
All right,
I
I
just
won't
left
answer
the
you.
corrupt town up north, and now you want to bring it here. It's ridiculous.
I won't answer your question.
Okay, you don't have to. We all know what the truth is, so.
That's not fact. Public body comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, you put on there you voted for the census for 2030 because you care about what the taxpayers think about lowering the size of the board. You could have done the same thing with the county bar if you cared what the taxpayers thought. You didn't want to know what the taxpayers thought. My other question, my other thing I have to say, in that resolution, it says the county. Is the county and the board chair interchangeable? I don't think it is, because the county is the entire board. Now, you have an attorney here tonight, and not no one looked at her, because she's had read the resolution, I'm sure. Did you ask her, Mr. Horton, if you had the authority to get the survey and the appraisal? Did you take legal advice from your counsel who advised you could do that? You did not. Why, when you have legal counsel, would you take an action on your own that you knew would probably be questioned? Why would you not take legal advice to make sure that you interpreted it correctly? Do you think your education is better than hers? Do you think your understanding of the law is better than hers? Why did you not take legal advice? And then my next question will be, you had that sent to your home address. Why would you have it sent to your home address and not the county? If you had it sent to your home address, were you trying to hide that? Because who would it have gone to? The county clerk? And they would have told people? You had it sent to your home. Why would you do that? That was your Windsor address on them, not the county address. There's all kinds of problems, and some of you just marched along with his drum. His drum cost you all of your seats that ran except for his. Every single one of them, the agenda he has set forth, has cost you your seats except his, which I think might be fitting. It might be fitting. And so when you're following along the leader, you got to make sure you're following the right leader. And I don't think you are. I think you're following an agenda. And the agenda is not the care and concern of the county, which it should be. I asked a question the other night about integrity. Only 2 people answered me if integrity was important. It's not a trick question. It's an easy question to answer. It's not a trick question. Is integrity important to you? Is humanity important to you? Are the people you serve important to you? Because that's not what I've seen month after month after month. It's not what I've seen. And I don't think what you've done and how you've done it has been good. Because if it has been, board members would have lost their seats. And I did. By following your lead. And like I said, I think it's fitting that you have to remain and see other people fix what you have broken. And you have. And I'm disappointed because I thought you were way better than that. And your actions, not telling the farm committee chair what you did, not telling anybody what you did. If you're doing something in the right manner, you should have had no problem saying, hey, Carol, you're the farm chair, I'm getting the appraisal. You didn't do any of that. You snuck around and had it mailed to your home. When you do things the right way, you don't have all these people here questioning and asking questions. It's not right. And I think you know that. Or maybe you're just too far gone and you believe that you're so enlightened. None of us are. Because I think I read something that you posted. That you need to protect the people from the government. Who's protecting us from you?
May I follow up with your comment, please? Sir, you've had 5 minutes plus time, so we're just going to come back to the floor. Other body comment? Kurt?
Oh, time to go.
You would start my time after he leaves, since...
Yeah, I don't want to hear it, so I don't think anybody else has to.
I want to address a couple things. Mr. Mayhall, some of this will be pointed to some points you raised, because I know how you feel, because I felt the same way. But I found something very interesting. And the topic was budget and allocation of money and transferring of funds. A few years ago, there was a legal bill for about $6,000, and it got pushed through under holiday and vacation time in the sheriff's budget. And at that time, as I understand it, Ms. Cronky outlined specifically that it was in the budget, since there was money in the budget, they could do that. That was the determination. I don't see that that issue is a whole lot different than this. Was the money there? Was it in the budget? Whether it was a specific line item or not, you all can debate that all day long, but there's clearly a double standard. If what they did with this was wrong, that it was okay with what happened with the legal bill for holiday and vacation time. That's inconsistency. I don't recall if you were on the board at that time or not. I don't believe you were.
No, it's not my issue.
Excuse me?
It's not my issue, no.
Okay. Well, I wanted to point that out because there is a standard that's been set, and it wasn't the past state's attorney that addressed it. It was the one prior to that. During the last meeting, Mr. Mayhall, you made some comments that really jumped out at me. And I quote, "There's an awful lot of challenges with our departments about this, the way this is going, right?" This is in regards to the time card policy. Quote, "My email box is full on a daily basis between department heads, just the challenges they have and to put them into a situation where we are going to hold out pay when a system is down and working properly. We cannot make adjustments to it. Doesn't seem to be a fair policy." That was your statement. She said, "My email box is full on a daily basis." Sounds pretty dramatic, but we know your email box wasn't full. I FOIA'd specifically because I wanted to know what the department head's concerns were. I asked for a copy of all emails received by Tad Mayhall in the last 90 days from county department heads. I was shocked, Mr. Mayhall. Only one department head had emailed you, Steve Maleka from the health department. And out of the 22 emails you provided, which is not a full email box, one, possibly two, dealt with the time card policy. So it appears, based on the response to our FOIA, your comments at the last meeting about a full email box on a daily basis from department heads, plural, was nothing more than grandstanding and appears to be an untruthful statement. What did I miss? The information you did send, I do appreciate, though, because within it, if you would look at some of those records, there was a health department record where the health department voted to basically negate action of the county board. And they did it where the agenda had no action on that item, which would be an OMA violation. But where on God's green earth does one board think they have the power to negate a vote from another board? They don't have that power. There's all kinds of ministerial issues that happen, but it doesn't mean someone's trying to be nefarious and hide something. I used to be a township supervisor. I had stuff mailed to my house, and I took it to the board meeting. That was not uncommon. It happens regularly. If he's trying to hide something, why did he bring it and turn it in for claims? I mean, we want to cast dispersions before we get the answers to the questions. Now, Mr. Mayhall, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt because your response to my FOIA was, here's all the emails that you asked for, and I'm paraphrasing, from the health department. I didn't ask for emails from the health department. I asked all department heads. So I'm going to assume you just didn't read the FOIA request accurately. I do appreciate your response, but your email box isn't full from all department heads. That's all I got. Thank you.
Do you want a response to those?
I didn't ask any questions. If you want to comment, that's fine. That's up to you.
So I'll review the email, but I'm pretty sure you did say health department and those in the health department, but I'll review that.
Here you go. Here's a copy of it.
That's fair. Thanks.
And you'll find that it says exactly what I said.
Yeah,
I quoted
be
from it.
smug, but I will admit sometimes I'll overlook a word or two. But my responses would also be is the back and forth chatter constantly in the email box between the treasurer and the department heads as it relates to this. So maybe since you're in frequent communication with the treasurer, right? Get with her and look at those because it was on a regular basis. The department heads were having challenges with timekeeping system. So you can parse facts, sir, all you want. But
I'm not
anyway,
parsing
I would
any
like to have
facts.
he's done, yes, he gave up his time. So it's Mike, can I have a few minutes here? Great, thanks. So Mr. Watson told us that he started the financial statements 2 months ago, is that correct? Okay. In December, in this meeting, you told us we would possibly have a draft in January. So I get the question how it was possible that we could possibly see a draft in January if they hadn't even started the financial statements at that point, right? And so now we fast forward to likely June, then I'll finish and you can respond, please. So he only did those 2 months ago, which then be 6 or 7 months fast forward from the time that we were going to be promised a draft. So something in there couldn't have been accurate, right? Whether there's miscommunication on their end, your end, something wasn't accurate in there. And we were then told that there might be a draft a few times thereafter. Okay? So, but the financial statements were never started until June. Then that never was a likely possibility. It was not possible to announce that in December that we would see that in January. It's just not feasible that in 30 days, right? He's got a few adjustments to make, and it's going to take him a week or better. So, with that, his reasons for this too is we have emails, right? There was personnel changes, right? We have points of contact changes. I've seen the emails, right? People are not available, or somebody's no longer with their firm, whatever it is, right? So it's not all based on information, right? They also had their challenges internally, and I think it's fair to point that out because I don't think it's fair to push it back to everybody here because they had those. But all of this being presented to us tonight was a constant repeat issues, right? Like the repeat issues from previous audits. This board has been seated for 20 months. This board has had access to those audit findings for a significant amount of time. This board's culpable for those things not being fixed. We've had 20 months. We've done a lot of nitpicky stuff, sir, still mine. We've had a lot of time, 20 months to get some of this stuff done. You just expressed how easy of a policy change this could be to get records pushed to a different office. Then why have we spun our wheels for 20 months and these things aren't fixed when they were in previous audit findings? The culpability lies right here in this room with this group of 22.
I'll answer it one quick phrase. In the 21 report with Whitley, I point blank asked, are we compliant? Have we fixed all of our findings from years past? And they said, yeah, everything looks good.
Yep.
In a 21 audit, there were no findings.
That's right. Yep. That's exactly right.
And that's why, when it comes to timekeeping, electronic payroll, and the other things that actually bring us into compliance with audit reports from years past, that's a failure, and I will take some heat on this one. Because I did not, being the longest lasting member on this board, 2 days, in this room.
You are.
I know, it's a scary thought.
Yeah, because I think I'm right behind you.
But I didn't have the thought and memory to recall that those policies and procedures that we were working through, that we're getting so much kickback on, is exactly what the auditors have said. We need uniform timekeeping with electronic records. That way we have trial balances for paid time off, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All those things can be documented and resolved at the beginning of the year, end of the year, through a proper form and function of transferring information. The way we're doing it now on paper, or we were doing it on paper, then we went to electronic, and some are going back and forth. Those practices are causing this kind of report.
That's one of the elements, and that's fine, right? I mean, our system isn't necessarily working the way it needs to, and maybe we'll get there. Point being is, we've heard decentralization of records chattered about now for months, right? Apparently it was in previous audits. Why wasn't that fixed? Legislators got plenty of time to put those things in process. Why has that not been brought forward and fixed if it was a known issue? The culpability lies here, so those are two big issues, right? Payroll, timekeeping, right? And then decentralization. Why has this committee not spent time getting that done if it's such a major issue that just gave us a crummy grade on an audit? We had the ability to fix that, right? Now, I get it. Anything we do today doesn't go back and undo 22. I get it. But now 23 is going to have the same issues, and we're likely on the same path with 24, because this board in 20 months hasn't taken action to fix those things. That lies right here. All of us have to go and look in the mirror. That lies right here in this board.
With the exception of electronic timekeeping.
Well, let's be clear. We're not quite there yet, right?
But that is one of the means to fix a 2020, 2019, 2018 finding. Now, like I said, if you looked at the 21 audit report, nobody would really know that we had a problem.
But somebody knew that was there because we've heard that in an echo chamber now for the last 12 months, right? Decentralization has been in an echo chamber. We've heard it. So somebody knew. Why wasn't it taken and fixed?
Well, because we didn't have a report. And it's hard to...
We have reports. If it was a finding before and it was being shouted out loud constantly, it was known about. Then somebody can go back and find it, and it should have been fixed. Like that buck stops right here. That buck stops right here. 20 months is a long time to have fixed one little policy.
I've been at 60 months, and I've been trying to fix it for 60 months.
Well, it didn't work. Right. We got to stop repeating the same thing.
So, okay, we've conversed for 5 minutes-ish.
I'll, if you don't mind.
Let's go back to the gallery.
Okay. My question is, why one of the board, okay, the board should listen to everything, even the public comment. I've seen 2 people already leave. Why is that one gal that lives in Georgia still on the board?
Well, she don't
Yes,
live in Moequa.
she don't live in Moequa, and she said she was going to Georgia. So I'm just saying, that's wrong.
Various of us have gone up there numerous times, and there's nobody at her house ever. I said various.
None of you guys have done that. Jesus Christ.
Okay, public body comment. Go ahead.
I just had a couple questions. How much did that audit cost?
$45,000.
$45,000. And you said that we still, I'm not nitpicking. I know the past boards may have, what's that?
I think it's higher than that.
Okay. 45? 60?
That was
Well,
the initial bid.
my next question, I guess, is how much at risk, because I know 23 has to still be done, right? And is it already overdue, or is it, we still in that period?
Overdue.
Okay. And it hasn't started yet?
Right.
So my question is, how much grant money are we at risk of losing? Do we have a qualified answer for that? Just ballpark, like,
So,
is it like 100 grand?
How much grant money? We're not at risk of losing grant money because, if you heard the comments made earlier, when the auditor and the state are in conversation, when the county is in conversation with their grantors, whatever, they're in the understanding that work is being done, progress is being made. Say, for example, if we didn't have an audit for 6 years and, nobody really...
I'm not saying that they're going to add it to it tomorrow. I just, for the 23 audit, like, if we're at risk of losing, say, $500,000 or greater, and we've got $1 million in ARPA fund, and I'm not sure the temperature of everybody's comfort level of that audit that the draft was presented to that. First, I guess my question is, if we spent $60,000 and this firm's out of, is it Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
Why couldn't they come here and present it to us, especially since they were pretty late? And I guess the follow-up on that, if they're going to present something, a week or 2 from now, why can't they come and present it then? But my main question is if we're getting ready to start this 23 audit, and maybe some people on the board aren't quite as comfortable with that, is it okay as a county board? Could you engage 2 firms to complete one audit, and then whoever gets it done, we've got ARPA funds basically that we're going to turn back over if they're not spent. Wouldn't that be?
Yeah, so, have you found your question? Are you done?
Well, I'm just...
Yeah, I'll pause your time.
Yeah, I was just asking if that's even a possibility, because, they may not even want to do the 23 audit at this point, and I think maybe you elaborated to that. But if they are, wouldn't it be prudent to have some other auditor trying to complete it as well, and then whoever got it done, you know? I mean, he would have to pay both firms to engage in the services of the audit. But if we're at potential risk for losing, you know, grant funding later on down the line, is that not a possibility?
You got a minute 30.
Oh,
Good. So,
you can go ahead and follow me, I'm sorry.
So, in retrospect, like I said, the 23 audit should be relatively quick because they know what they're going to get into. Right off the bat, they know exactly what they're going to get into. Nothing has changed because this board has not been able to go back to 22 and rectify any issues. So, getting that audit done should be relatively quick. Now, hopefully, this board takes and passes policies that rectifies problems for the 24 audit, and we've got just a few months to do that to start to fix things up. But that doesn't eliminate the problem that we already have, and that is paid time off trial balances, because we still don't have those complete, I don't believe. So that's going to be a finding right out the gate. So I was trying to remember some of your other questions, but as far as losing grant funding, like I said, the conversation's being had. You asked how much. Well, every time we go through and approve projects for the highway department, we're talking upwards of a couple $1 million. Health department, I don't know, maybe another $1 million. I don't know.
I guess
probation runs on grants, AIC grants.
If we had to engage two firms at $60,000 a piece to kind of guarantee that it got done and complete on time, we did get on the stop payment list.
So
that's $120,000, and you potentially not lose millions of dollars in funding.
I'm going to venture to speculate on that if one audit firm is engaged, another one will not engage the same client in the same period of time. I'm going to speculate that, but I don't know that. I don't know that.
The other, I guess, follow-up to that is they had mentioned one of the findings was that in audit prep, we should be engaging a firm, like a professional accounting firm, to pre-do the audit before they get their hands on it. And is that something you guys maybe need to be looking into for the 23 audit, like as of next week or next month, getting that going, so that way it's a smooth sailing, right?
It wouldn't be necessary until we got into the 24 audit, because the 23 audit is going to look just the same as this one.
But couldn't they go and gather some of that information ahead of time and compile some of those financial reports ahead of time? This accounting firm or pre-audit, or what do we call it, audit prep firm?
Audit prep.
Yeah.
And see, auditors, so if you have Auditor A and Auditor B, Auditor A can do a audit prep for Shelby County. And then Auditor B can actually audit.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting, is maybe engage the services of an audit.
But they will not audit the same, two firms will not audit the same books at the same time. I'm going to about guarantee you that.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, like, for the 23, I know that we can't go back and change how things were done in 23, but as far as, like they said, they don't even like to compile their own financial statements because then they're auditing their own self, and that creates kind of a borderline area that we don't like to get into. But if audit prep firm A created the 23 financial statements and gathered their documents and everything, and then they, you know, took the ball and rolled with it, wouldn't that shorten the audit time frame for 23?
Right. It would, but I can also tell you that the audit time frame for 23 is going to be shortened up anyway. Because they will not spend the time going through information that they know is incomplete. They'll ask for it, and then they're going to get the thing complete. They're going to either they're modified please, I can't believe you said it tonight. It'll be much faster. So, yeah, so take over here. What about coming?
Yeah, Bobby, I wish I shared your confidence that the 23 audit will go faster and smoother, but I
must say that my life experience has been that past experience is the best indicator of future performance. And I don't think there was anything about that audit report tonight that was confidence-inspiring in my mind. He said repeatedly, we still need to add the schedules for that. This needs to be changed. That's not complete. This is incorrect. I think I counted 12 or 14 times that they indicated that this is not a done audit. You know, I guess you were prepared to vote on accepting an audit tonight, and then you got told it's not even close to done. Nothing about that performance inspired any confidence in me. I think the fact that the gentleman got verbally attacking Sonny was a pretty good indication that we're not dealing with a firm here that's got their poop in a group.
Right.
I was very disappointed with what I heard, and I think it still smacks of that they've got connections and that they're going to give you the opinion that you want. So I don't have any confidence, and I think the board should strongly consider using a different auditing firm going forward for the next audit. Get somebody local, get somebody that's going to do a good job for us, and not this firm. And the only other thing I wanted to add is I believe that the claim forms that you guys signed say, and I'm paraphrasing, it says, I attest under penalty of perjury that the following is true and correct. And then we have a bill initialed by you for fertilizer and lime that didn't have anything to do with fertilizer and lime. I think that's a clear violation.
Hey, I do have a question for you. Whether or not you've been involved with the city, correct?
Yes.
Council, previous, whatever, I don't know, don't care. How many auditing firms are here within about, could you get a list of auditing firms here in 5-county area? And could you possibly get with Jeremy or Julie or somebody so we could actually take a look and have a pick of maybe some more auditing firms that would do that?
I don't know the answer to that. I can tell you that the city has used Moses Yaki for a long time, and we've always had excellent timely reports and good results.
I got 3 names for you. I'll give it to you. No, that's fine. You need to tell them to put in a bid on an RFP. It was bid.
It wasn't, it was previous bid. It wasn't bid this time. When they got it, they bid on one previous.
And they honored their bid from previously before.
Yeah. Yeah.
What I was inferring to was if in his past, previous, or current experiences, if he could relay some auditors to here to look at, that would be great. And Tad mentioned you got 3, so that's great. But when we put out an RFP for the next audit cycle, you need to tell them, hey, put in a bid. Because I can tell you that the 18 audit was done by a local firm, 19 and 20 was done by a local firm, and with the findings that they kept finding and they kept discovering that the same problems were reoccurring over and over again, they fired us. Then we went to Whitley, which was out of way up north, Sterling, which is straight west of Chicago, if you don't know. It's up north I-80. So they're from Sterling. They fired us after 1 year. We were lucky enough to fall back on our backup bidder last year for 22, and we had the same findings. Now, this notion, if we put it out for bid and we get a couple bids on an auditor, more power to us. I'm just telling you, don't hold your breath. That's my prediction at the moment. The other thing is, I was listening to several comments being made about department heads, being contacted, this, that, and the other. Last time I checked, this is a Shelby County audit. The board is responsible for the financials of the county, and this is a financial audit of the board. Why we're contacting department heads is largely beyond me, because we should have all that information at our disposal in the treasurer's office.
Well, if you're responsible for it, why didn't they contact you and say, I need this, this, and this? If you are.
We, as the board, are responsible for them financially. I'm speaking to you. So, now I'm going to go back to an illegal meeting that was mentioned earlier. And the illegal meeting was because there was a meeting context, or there was an agenda item that was not pulled out of the committee. So therefore, it's an illegal meeting. Now, where I was going with that conversation was, if a individual board member cannot put on an agenda item at their leisure, at their wish, then we do not have a properly formed board. We don't have a properly functioning board. If they are restricted from putting business on an agenda, then it would be no different than 4 years ago when I put on the agenda. I attempted to put on the agenda 3 times.
But can I follow up? Didn't you say it was a luxury of the chair that you could skip or arbitrarily skip over agenda items?
The agenda is, yes, we go through the agenda as I see fit.
So they
To put something on the agenda, is the luxury of every board member in this room and listed in the board register. It is a luxury, and they should exercise that right. Not a luxury, I'm sorry, it's a right. They have the right to put anything on the agenda that they want to. And the reason I say that is because of the court case down south where they debated on what agenda to use, because they debated on, do we use the agenda that the chairman put out, or do we use the agenda that the board wants to do? Because they had a rogue chairman at the time. Now, I'll go even further and say that all that story is to even be proven that when I first started, I had put on the agenda twice and was rejected twice to remove the chair. I got it put on the 3rd time. Because when I went through and proved the details of why I could put on the agenda, it was put on the agenda. It was debated, motion failed, we moved on. But to say a meeting is illegal because of an agenda item is completely false and wrong. So let me go back to some other misinformation I've heard in there. Leaders versus independent thinkers. This is a classic great one. You know, I've been classified as a leader of some people on this board. Well, I really feel bad for you guys because I know you guys are independent thinkers, and I know you guys can read, and I know you guys can do a lot of things that you are doing and the research that you are doing. So my hats are off to you. I just show up here once a month and run the meeting. You guys are doing the work, and for them to classify me as a leader of you guys is, well, it's humbling, and I appreciate it because you guys are doing great work. But I'm not a brainwashed leader. I can read, and I've done this for 5 years, long enough to know that there is more to it than just what I want to do. So one of my questions was, is the audit ready for acceptance just like Tad asked? So, you know, putting it on the agenda doesn't mean we have to take action on it. As you saw, I put it on the agenda to accept the audit, but that is because if we didn't put it on the agenda, we couldn't act on it. So there's times when you put stuff on the agenda so you can act on it. You don't have to take action on everything on the agenda. So, what else have I noted? We're getting real close. Martha.
Yeah, Tad, I have a question for you. Back at the June meeting, you mentioned you had contacted the Department of Revenue for an opinion on whether or not we would have to pay capital gains taxes on the farm ground. Did you get a response from them that you can share with us?
Not addressed. No. I mean, you can contact them too. At this point, it's moved, right? You're moving forward, so. No.
You didn't get a response?
Yeah, I got a response that somebody needed to make further contact in detail, but it was likely that it could be a taxable issue. Yes.
Did you get that in writing?
No, it was a phone call.
Okay.
And if you have a point to make it.
No, just if you had it in writing, I thought maybe you could share it with the full board.
They're easy to contact, so they answer the phone call.
I have a public
Question.
Yep.
The first draft of that audit that came in was 1 kilobyte. You folks got it, you and Erica both got it, went over it, got sent back. The second one came back with 767 or something like that megabytes. What was actually taken out of the first audit that nobody else saw but you?
I really don't know. Because when we went through it, we found, it was a management error on one part where there was a,
That's
what's missing.
Substantial amount of
The part about the
information.
sick time with IMRF, because it was not, the part about the benefit times is not in there.
But that's what he
Part
said he
about
was gonna
benefit
add.
And
times.
also
the part about,
they made the tourism the component, you know.
It's 26 pages.
Yeah. But there was a part about how the county invests funds, and it basically said pools funds to invest, and we don't pool funds to invest, we take excess funds of a fund. Huh?
Then why was it in there to begin with?
Why was it in there to begin with?
If it, yeah, we are pulling funds, whatever you just said, why was it in there?
That's why we sent it back to be revised, because we could look at that and go, that's wrong. So that's what we did, we pointed it out and said, this is wrong.
Where did he get that information to begin with to put it in there?
I don't know.
So he's pulling crap out of thin air?
I don't know.
You're paying for this!
It was a prior audit.
So it could have come out of a prior audit, it could have come out of who knows where, but that statement,
So this audit, bullshit.
well, it doesn't change the findings, it doesn't change the material weaknesses and stuff, things like that. But when we can look through and find a simple thing that has nothing to do with numbers, grand scheme numbers, and overlying management practices, when we can find those things, we send it back and say, hey, this is wrong. Oh, and by the way, tourism was not included in the report, so they got added in this report. But there's also, and I'll go back to the 21 Whitley audit. We went through a process in early 23 where we had to go back and actually retrieve incomplete data from Whitley because they didn't even finish their audit. The CIFA and the CIFR, which is two major components of the data reporting process, they were incomplete. They were not even, I don't even think they're audited. We had to go back and send a demand letter that says they finish it free of charge. And they finished it. We retrieved it, and then we submitted our CIFA and CIFR. And then the 21 audit was done. And that was in spring of 23. So this is really mind-blowing, and I've heard, all sorts of stuff getting slung out about how disappointing these people are. This is years and years and years of backlog of not getting stuff done. The board didn't get policy made. X, Y, or Z reasons, who cares? But we're down here at 2024, auditing 22, because the auditors in 21 didn't do their job. And then we didn't follow the direction of the auditors in 20, 19, 17, 18 probably. So there is just a whole lot more of this that goes further back down the rabbit hole than anyone wants to admit and wants to pay attention to. Nothing's new here. We've been dealing with the same garbage for the last, I've been dealing with the same garbage for the last 5 years, since 2019. So, to say that these auditors are some sort of failure, they're just trying to grasp the straws and figure things out. And like I said, the 23 audits should be much quicker because they know exactly what they're looking at, what they're going after, and then they know exactly what to expect. And they know they have a 6-month deadline. So, here we are. Colored body comment. Colored body comment. Colored body comment. Motion to adjourn. Second makes a motion to adjourn. Mark the second the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you.